What's going on, everybody?
You're watching of Cool. Conclusion to the DHB experiment. So the final results, I'm going to make this really simple because all the details were not important in the end. What really matters is the final results. So the good is that the transcription of DHB is 200 to 400% that of testosterone, whereas trenbolone is 500 to 700% that of testosterone. Masteron is about 80 to 120. So masteron is about as strong as testosterone. DHB is about 2 to 4 times stronger than testosterone. And tren is about 5 to 7 times stronger than testosterone. Primo is 60 to 80% as strong as testosterone. So on top of Primo being an AI, it's also weaker than Masteron for growing muscle. This is a fact. And all the idiots out there have Masteron and Primo confused. They say Masteron's the AI and Masteron's weaker, and they're fucking stupid and wrong. There is only one right way, and it's the way that I told you. Masteron is the perfect anabolic because it is not an AI. Now, the Boldenone superfamily are all basically AIs. So EQ is a very strong AI. Primo is a strong AI. The determinate purpose of this experiment was to determine if DHB is in fact an AI or is it not an AI and it's a good replacement for Masteron in this Masteron shortage.
Oh god, is there another Frank Tufano
To
video?
constantly see
Oh jeez. Alright, I guess we'll watch that later.
So I ran the experiment for 60 days. So I started at 0, and after 30 days of being at 10 milligrams a day, my estradiol dropped from a 75 to a 55. Now, I also lost fat at that amount of time. And when you lose fat, you're going to lose aromatase. Aromatase, the enzyme is located in the fat. So as you lose fat, you're going to lose aromatase, which means your estrogen is going to go down just from losing fat. The good news is this, that after the first checkpoint of 30 days, I increased the dose immediately. I did a loading dose of 100 milligrams a day for 3 days and then pulled back to 30. So I was immediately at steady state concentration of 30, and I stayed at 30 for a full month. And at the end of that month, my estradiol was 58. So at 10 DHB.
Sup VG, thanks for another stream. Serious question, has Jasmine lost any weight? Also, are you still financially supporting her? Congrats on the physique, by the way, you're the man.
I'm not giving her any money, and she actually gained weight recently. Thanks for the donation, Real Life Vegan.
The smart set thing not Brett Cooper has ever said.
Fuck.
As I talked about yesterday, the news of the Iranian nuclear strikes triggered strong reactions among Americans. Obviously, this split many people. Some were celebrating this as a historic move, while others feared that it could now escalate our involvement in the Middle East even further because we didn't want to be involved in foreign wars. Thankfully, though, as of today and late last night, those fears seem to be calmed by the historic ceasefire that is currently in progress between Iran and Israel thanks to Donald Trump. This is a huge victory. I'm speechless in the best way possible. This is awesome. If this holds, it is truly, truly incredible. But even just 24 hours ago, during the uncertainty of what was going to happen next as a result of those strikes, it made sense that debates and discussions were happening online. However, there was one certain theme that was emerging that literally made no sense whatsoever to me, especially coming from those who celebrate and pretend to be defenders of women's rights. I'm just going to start off with the LA Sheriff's Department, who sent their condolences to Iran. Truly, this also makes me speechless in the worst way. I truly could not believe my eyes here. I saw this reported on multiple platforms around X. These posts have since been deleted, and then they
LA County sheriffs apologizing to Iran? Dude, LA is a shithole. Dodo donate $2. How the fuck did Jasmine gain weight? Probably from overeating. If she is poor and can only afford potatoes and rice, also, did you ever trade her car in or whatever? Did they accept it? When will the divorce be finalized? They picked up the car from me, the dealership. It's got to be like at least a month now. They never called me back. So what I'm assuming happened was they must have destroyed the car somehow. Like they might have gotten into a wreck driving it from my house to the dealership. Or there was some other like bizarre accident or something, like maybe somebody stole it, maybe it fell off a lift or some shit. Because it's really strange that they wouldn't call me back. Like, they know exactly where I live. They came to my house, and I gave them my address. So, that's the only thing I can think of for why they wouldn't call me back. So, yeah, dealership took it, and it's gone. Haven't paid shit. But, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey Richie, how many calories are you eating a day?
It's about 15 to 1700. Thanks for the donation, Ivory.
How fucking low do you have to be to apologize to Nazis?
Pretty fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dude, one of my TikTok finna hit 3k views. Your boy already kinda getting some traction, others over 1k as well.
You look like this after 3 years of training, yet you look like this. Well, let's talk about what causes somebody to have good or bad genetics in the.
So first off, I actually kind of like Yotox. He's simply a little nerd like me, and I do find the majority of what he says to be helpful. He is right about a lot of things, but it's undeniable that he is ridiculously small for the amount of time he's been lifting. And I really don't think he can blame it all on genetics. He might not have the best genetics, but I've discovered two things he's very adamant about that really bother me and make me think that he probably is small because of that. So first off, he talks about bulking and how it's vaulted and how you don't need to bulk. Yes, you do not need to go on a dreamer bulk, an extreme bulk, right? Like, I should not be trying to get to 200 pounds right now. But building muscle does take calories. And so if you don't already have like fat stores, then you're going to be needing to eat slightly above your maintenance to get those calories to gain muscle. Also, calorie tracking is not actually quite as accurate as people think. So it's almost impossible to track like a 50 calorie surplus, for example. So you're really reasonably going to have to do what people call like main gaining, where you get in like a 200 calorie surplus and you do that for a really long time if you do want to build muscle, Or if you have a higher body fat, that's not necessary. But again, you're going to have calories to build that muscle. 2, every single fucking time he reacts to a TNF video, he just wants to talk about how TNF's doing partials and all this. TNF is training with fucking intensity. I know you don't do that. I know you talk about how bodybuilding is a lazy sport, but the reason TNF is getting so goddamn big and you're staying small is because TNF trains to or near failure almost every single time. And ever since your novice stage, you have been training with reps in reserve. At the end of the day, there's like no reason why a guy that had fucking cancer and had his nut chopped off should be able to get bigger than you in 6 months of training. That's not genetics, man. There's something going on here.
Like, the majority of people are going to be roughly around average. So if any one person is claiming they have terrible genetics and they can't build any muscle, even though they're doing everything right, they're probably doing a lot wrong. And in all likelihood, their genetics are average. So yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Sky.
Hey VG, do you have any advice on how someone can deal with stagnation in life? As in, there is nothing new that interests you and every day feels the same.
There is a big, wide world of art, science, and culture that you can explore. And I can guarantee you there's something out there that interests you. You just haven't discovered it yet. So it could be motorsports, could be skiing, biking, rollerblading, reading manga, art, painting, philosophy, fictional literature, whatever. You just have to do more to investigate and discover things. Like, yeah, your everyday life is probably going to be pretty straightforward and boring. Like, if you're just getting up, eating breakfast, going to work, heading home, watching Netflix, going to sleep, you're probably not going to find much, so you kind of have to put the, you're going to have to put the effort in to discover things. But thanks for the donation, RV. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Stop. Bitch. I told you, stop. You're a bitch. You know what? You're a bitch. Stop. Bye. Stop. I'm out. No.
Yeah. Well, at least she admits she doesn't know anything about geopolitics.
Of course, the dynamic there in terms of geopolitics and the war in the Middle East is very different than people expressing their First Amendment right to protest.
Well, yes, but I also think that what people are starting to see, at least in the occupation of Palestine, is just an increasing crisis of humanitarian condition. And that to me is just where I tend to come from on this issue.
You use the term the occupation of Palestine. What did you mean by that?
I think what I meant is like the settlements that are increasing.
Wow. She doesn't even know the difference between the West Bank and Gaza. No idea.
In some of these areas and places where Palestinians are experiencing difficulty in access to their housing and home.
This is the same dumb bitch who says there's a genocide going on, and then she doesn't even know about the difference between the West Bank and Gaza.
Do you think you can expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd also just, I am not the expert on geopolitics.
When was this posted? This is 7 years old before she entered Congress even. Okay. Well, 7 years ago, still, that's pretty bad. Oh. Such a big chungish. Oh, what a chunky boy. If he's not friend, then why is he friend-shaped?
Okay.
Oh.
Good boy.
That's a nice bear. Video of one of the conversations. Mossad has contacted the remaining IRGC commanders, threatened to kill them if they do not resign and absolve themselves.
الو سردار سردار سلام علیکم سردار سلام علیکم داری؟ من از کشوری زنگ زنم که 2 ساعت پیش سلامی باقری و شمخانی رو فرستاد جهنم. الان برات تا به پیشنهاد میکنم.
Senior Iranian general. I'm pretty sure, yeah, we've already seen this yesterday.
دونه دونه تو لیستی که من دارم نگاه میکنم و هدف هر چی دیدی از چش خودت دیدی. ما از رگ گردنم به تو نزدیکتریم. اینو خوب بکن تو گوشت. خدا من بهت گفتم من الان قشنگ بهت گفتم دیگه بهت مهلت دادم. کجا رو گرفتم؟ تمام این خونخوارا، تمام این مثل سلامی و امثالشو فرستادیم همون جایی که باید خیلی زودتر میرفتن. تو هم میخوای یکی از اونا باشی؟ تو هم میخوای بعدی باشی تو لیست؟ تو هم میخوای زن و بچه تو به فنا بدی؟ یه فیلم درست کنید ما از این حکومت دست کشیدیم و نمیخوایم.
Well, that'll be interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Stuff like this makes me fear for the future of our Initer species.
Well, I don't know why you'd be too worried. We're all gonna die. It really doesn't matter in the end. Why bother worrying? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donate $2. These people take out student loans and then can never pay them back.
Where it's legal to be gay in the Middle East?
I would say Asia, I don't know.
Do you know it's Israel?
I don't consider it a country. I would go to Palestine.
If you went to Palestine, you'd be thrown off of a building. Tel Aviv's like the gayest city on earth.
I doubt it's the gayest city on earth.
It's really gay. You know what the #1 slogan the Iranian government chants is? Death to America.
Honestly, I kind of don't blame them.
Really? Do you think Iran trying to spread Islamic jihad, is that the same as America trying to spread democracy?
Arguably.
There's no way these college students can be this stupid, and then they're actually getting any fucking degrees that are useful. Is this guy GigaChad IRL? Looks pretty close. So Israel says Iran violated the ceasefire. Frank Tufano Kitchen. That's a lot of oil to cook 1 egg on. Bro, these people, like, don't even know how to fucking cook. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kenny Donatello's finished Death Note. It was great. Made me sad. What happened to L? Prison school is pretty funny. Lol.
Lisa.
Light! I'm sorry, but I just couldn't wait for 2 weeks like you said. Actually, I was just on my way to your house when I spotted you.
This is the first time in my life that I've been provoked to hit a woman.
All right, well, glad you're enjoying Death Note in prison school. Thanks for the donation, Kenny.
I'm waiting on Greg Doucette to make that natty or not on you. He's gonna be screaming his ass off ranting that you could be bigger if you take Turksteron. In all seriousness, probably not. Why, it would be an interesting controversy.
He's never gonna make a natty or not on me. Unless he knows he can, like, ruin my reputation or something. Like, if I actually went on steroids, started claiming I'm natty, and he knew it, then he'd make a video about it, if he thought it would, like, harm me in some way. But he genuinely doesn't like me, and he's afraid of me. He's responded to so many other people who've criticized Turkesterone, except me. There's a reason for that. He knows he can't make an argument, and he knows I'm smarter than him. So he's just gonna look like an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan.
Told you, nigga. Fake ass ceasefire. Bro tried to play both sides and is getting played. Poor Avi.
Okay, so this was in response to some ballistic missile strikes. Really weird for Trump to say that then. Yeah, I think we've already seen that one.
Violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which...
Yeah, so apparently Iran fired a bunch of missiles and then Israel retaliated. It's weird how he does this with all of his allies when they're not the ones in the wrong. He criticizes his allies that are actually doing something justifiable. Like, and he consistently does that. U.S. failed to collapse underground buildings in Iran, only set back the country's nuclear programs a few months. Drop more fucking bombs. So, I don't know why people are fucking freaking out about that. Just, yeah. Kill more Iranian officials, drop more bombs. You know, it's not like they can do anything about it. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I shoved a dildo up my ass last night. It was so good. Vegan gains. I wish it was your cock and not a dildo, but as a Texan I want a Texan man to pound me. Sorry, not sorry. Burp. B-U-R-P anal anal anal. Everyone join in the chat. Anal 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 anal.
Alright, well, thank you for sharing that. Appreciate the donation, Alawali. Dodo $22. Trump is a menace. He wants to ceasefire and do agreement again after their nuclear program and Islamic regime is still alive. And well, now they just have more reason to pursue nukes.
So breaking news, we are just getting some new reporting on Israel's assessment of the strikes on Iran's nuclear facility.
They're Islamic jihadists. You're never going to, you know, be able to convince them to negotiate. Israel could definitely scare a bunch of their leaders into hiding, you know, like some of the generals in the IRGC and shit like that, but yeah, Soleimani. Is it Soleimani? The Ayatollah. Whatever his name is.
This is crucial because the context here is, CNN learning, our Natasha Bertrand reporting on that early U.S. intelligence assessment, which found that the U.S. military strikes did not destroy Iran's nuclear program.
On those nuclear facilities set back Iran's nuclear program by 2 years. So going further than that U.S. assessment of perhaps.
Thanks, Dodo. Dodo donates $2. Bad news, VG. It looks like Mamdani is going to win the New York City mayoral election, but on the bright side, New York City mayors always end up being viciously hated after their term, so people sour on communism because of him. Maybe if he has a bad term with rampant crime, etc. I can guarantee you he's going to fuck absolutely everything up in New York. Like, it's just going to be a shithole. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Well, then again, we as a species also can't have a future forever.
That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Can you react at 140?
Morning to the class of 2017 and also all of the other classes and people who aren't in classes. Here's what I think is probably up with most of you. It's function at all. Humans are above everything adaptable, but the idea that any of this stuff, careers and job interviews and diplomas and the jobs themselves is like a normal human construction that you're designed to do, it's crazy. It's all brand new, super weird cultural constructions that didn't exist like 300 years ago. This stuff all seems very normal. It's not. And if you base your self-worth on it, which we do, we are asked to. It's what society says our value is. But if you do, it's gonna be real hard to be happy. You don't need a job that changes the world and that's environmentally friendly and that is creatively fulfilling in every way and that uses any diploma, much less the diploma that you happen to have. You need to feel valuable. But all of the different constraints that is being placed on like what a valuable life looks like, it's nuts. It's way too much to expect from anyone, much less everyone. It takes so long to get it into your head. You didn't go to school to learn how to get a job. You went to...
Yay. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bambus, donated $2. Holy shit, so person. Oh! Oh my god. That is a person. Oh my god. He's so person. How come he looks like such a person? Oh my goodness. Oh my god, he's a person too. Oh my god. That's a good prairie dog person. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, just like person. Oh, that's amazing. These are some good anteaters.
Ladies.
Oh. My god, that deer is so person. Oh, look at that snoot. That's a really good snoot. Wow. I don't know what the fuck that guy was doing. Thanks for the donation, Bambus.
They went back and edited the tweet, and then it's since been deleted completely. And then they put out an apology tweet being like, sorry, this does not reflect the views of the sheriff's department, which good, but also then why did you tweet this super long thing? I could not believe that. And that attitude overall, especially among many leftists, has enraged Iranians and caused them to speak up and share some of the present realities of their situation in Iran so that people can have a full understanding of what Iranian right now, scrolling through my feed and seeing all my fellow Iranians praying for freedom and seeing every white leftist and terror sympathizer praying the oppressor win.
They're communists. That's what it is. All these communists support violent regimes. It's really fucking stupid. All right, let's get into some Tufano mints.
What's up, guys? We're up here at Frankie's Strange Meat. I'm so exhausted from this pain medication. I didn't get down here until like 5 p.m. today. My guy
Yeah, dude, he's addicted to pain meds.
already left. And now that it's like some really warm days over here in the summer, all my air conditioning stuff fails. This is the rooftop unit that keeps the main area cool, like where you guys see us packing everything.
Is he committing like insurance fraud or something? Didn't he just get like every one of his air conditioning units replaced? How did his AC fail again?
Thing goes off on high pressure like every single time. I think I'm gonna have to run a hose up here and just put like a mister on it to keep it cool. So that might help prevent it from overheating and keep the AC on. But I have to like come up on a ladder here every time to reset it. And if you guys have a unit like this in your building, the pressure control looks like that. It's like it's a red cylinder, and the thing on the top will pop up on high pressure. So you just press this button. If it does nothing, then it wasn't off on high pressure. If it was off on high pressure, the button is going to go back down and the unit will instantly turn on, which it just did now. So that's not good because it's only like 85 degrees, the thing's already going off. We replaced the compressor last year. That was like a $4,000 insurance job. Yeah, so I had to come down here for a refrigeration emergency. Otherwise, I would have probably just laid in bed all day. You guys know the chargebacks are still a big issue. Basically, every other business, the supermarket conglomerates, billionaire meat companies, they meet and they hire people to place false chargebacks on my business. They probably have.
Frank is such an idiot.
That line also just proves how much SJWs hate white people.
Yep, they do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dude, this guy is so addicted to drugs. He's like just destroying his own life.
Of a small group chat where they organize everything, and the biggest thing that you guys can do, you know, especially if you hate what's going on in this world, the government, all that stuff, is to place an order on my business. They want me out of business so badly. They hate that I'm competition with them. The worst thing that you can do is place an order on my business. They would hate that. So if you guys do want to support me and help keep the business going, if you can place an order, frankiestrangemeat.com, or we have in the comments just where you can leave reviews, and I'll give you guys a $10 credit on your order. Or if you're just not doing financially well, and if you need a part-time job, I am looking to hire people to hand out flyers for both my meat business and what happened with the eye surgery. We'll show you guys that later. Yeah, this potato chip thing has been a disaster. The potato chips aren't really turning out well. I got my money back for the equipment, but that's just a drop in the bucket because of how much I spent to get the equipment set up. And also the revenue loss from not having potato chips far exceeds anything that I could be compensated for. So that's probably gonna be another lawsuit. I think we're gonna sue Alibaba for facilitating the trade between me and this like Chinese equipment scammer who shouldn't even be on the platform if none of his machinery works. Basically, they sold me $20,000 of defective machinery, which cost me an entire business opportunity. So what we're probably going to do is just throw all this equipment out. I don't know if I'm gonna get.
Oh my god. After all that work and money, he's just throwing it out. Why did he even get that? Like, you can make potato chips with, like, just a big pot. Like, he's not selling that many. It's not like he's selling millions and millions of bags of potato chips every day like fucking Lay's. He can just look at what his sales are right now and then, you know, maybe make an investment in like a big pot that you can put oil in and then just, you know, make potato chips by hand, maybe get a mandolin slicer or some automatic slicer to make it faster. But no, let's buy $20,000 worth of garbage from fucking Alibaba that doesn't work. Isn't he like, didn't he say he's like $500,000 in debt right now? Why is he spending money like that?
Get a new equipment in and try it yet, but we already brought all this power over here. We have all this equipment set up over here. So I might just take out another line of credit and just get a new another potato manufacturing line from hopefully a company that actually knows what they're doing. But yeah, it's just a fucking disaster. You know, we ordered the equipment in like September of last year. You know, I don't even know what I can do. Like the sellout federal judge is probably just going to dismiss my case before like right when I file it. I won't even get to serve anyone. But what should realistically happen is I get a judgment against Alibaba and the company, and then I get compensated either directly from Alibaba or they pay me for my loss in sales from not having the potato chips, or I get a judgment against the manufacturing company, and then I can seize any equipment that they send into the United States. Because technically, if they try selling equipment to someone else here and I have a judgment against them, it's I can take their property. So, but outside of that, we have a few new exciting things this week. And really over the past few weeks, we did the bargain beef box. We have frozen pizzas now available, hamburgers and cheeseburgers, just like pre-prepped meals. The two brand new things this week are we have bone broth collagen gummies, which I have a patent on. So if anyone else tries to make gummy bears from bone broth, I have a legal right to them. Now there are all types of different gummy bears.
Who in their right mind would ever think of doing that? That's like me taking out a patent to make gummy bears with boogers. Who in the fuck is going to make gummy bears made out of boogers? There's no point in putting a patent out on it. No one's stupid enough to do that. Like these... Oh my god. Guaranteed, those gummy bears he's making, quote unquote, are going to be some of the nastiest, most disgusting shit ever made.
But no one has ever made and sold bone broth gummy bears. I am the first person to do so. I already filed a patent for it, so no one else will be able to steal this business idea. And we also are doing just like pre-prep meals, steak, rice, and bean meals. And all these other companies that are doing these prep meals, they're not organic, they're not high quality, and they're really expensive for the volume of food you get. So I'm excited that we're going to be able to offer these meals at like the same price, like $15 for this meal. I mean, it's still kind of expensive, except you're getting twice as much food and it's all organic and higher quality. So what we're offering is way, way, way better than any of these meal companies out there. And they just have too much corporate infrastructure. They have too many managers and people that are getting a paycheck, so they can't sell their food affordably. Yeah, the fridge is a little high temp, and these guys are procrastinating, so we didn't get the new units up and running yet. So he's coming today to try to get the temp of the fridge back down. Fresh roast beef every week as usual, guys. I might take some of that home for dinner. Baked goods are kind of low on stock. We haven't been selling that many, so I don't want my Amish buddy to make a crazy amount, but just this week fresh, we got the custard donuts, the apple donuts, and the glazed donuts. I like the glazed donuts for breakfast, so I'll take some of these home. The beef blood is in stock this week. We ran out last week. And these are the new collagen gummy bears. I guess that's half, but it's a 16.
Those are not gummy bears.
Bears. I guess that's half, but it's...
They're just globs of gelatin. They're not even gummy bears.
It's a 16-ounce jar of bone broth
How are those bear-shaped?
collagen gummy bears. So these have, a high protein amino acid content from the bone broth, a high gelatin content as well from the...
Did even... Those look like they're not even flavored. So it's literally just congealed bone broth. Who the fuck would eat that? How much do you love Joey, Richard, on a scale of 1 to 100? I would say infinity. I love Joey so goddamn much. He is my sentient, handsome man.
The bone broth. And to these we add organic lemon juice for vitamin C and some organic glucose. That's the natural sweetener.
So he's literally making the worst flavor gummy bear with the worst ingredients. Like, just disgusting fucking bone broth.
For energy. So these are really, really great in the morning for just a nutrient energy boost and really a perfect combination of vitamins for your skin health. You're getting the protein.
No, it's just gross.
Amino acids, you're getting vitamin C, you're getting collagen. Those are by far the top several nutrients needed for skin health. So, if you take this in the morning with our organic energy drink, that's, you're basically going to have healthy skin as long as you keep taking this up on a daily basis. So, collagen gummy bears now available on the website. Last week we restocked some pastrami.
There have been people who've uploaded videos reviewing the trash on Frank's website. They're literally retarded. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, these people are literally retarded. Like, sub 80 IQ. So, if you've ever wondered how Frank can make money, how Greg Doucette can make money with his turkesterone supplement, there's a lot of fucking retards, dude.
And beef bacon. We also have the smoked brisket. This week, I think the main restock was the Iberico pork bacon. So if you guys have been waiting for the smoked and cured pork bacon, we have it available. So the fridge is a little messed up right now. Thankfully, there's no issues with the freezer. We're at around 0 degrees. -2 in here. Freezer's working super hard. Here's the new organic beef and rice meals. We haven't vacuum sealed them yet.
That looks awful. It's literally just plain rice, plain ground beef, and like plain beans. Why would anyone buy that? $15. Yeah, it's $15 for only one. Who the fuck is buying that? Right there, $15. It's just rice and ground beef and a little bit of beans. $15. Why would he even bother selling this? Who would buy it? Yeah, it literally looks like prison food.
They're just in here all frozen, ready to go. So this is 6 ounces of grass-fed beef, 2 cups of organic white rice cooked in mineral water, and 4 ounces of organic white beans cooked in mineral water. So this amount of food for $15 is like half the price that you would get anywhere else. And
No, that's not true at all.
again, it's all high quality. Anytime other meal companies are
Most other meal prep companies are going to charge between like $5 and $7 for a similar portion of food, and it's going to actually be better. Like, they add seasoning and spices and stuff to it to make it taste good. So, no, his product is at least twice as expensive as competing products. This is retarded.
$4,000 for a compressor in that mid-ass AC unit is horse shit. Looked like a $1,200 compressor if that. The faucet in my family's sink blew and leaked everywhere, and we were able to replace the entire kitchen with the insurance money and buy a hot tub.
Well, that's pretty sick. Yeah, he lies constantly, so yeah, he's probably bullshitting on the cost of the compressor. But that sounds pretty sick, that you're able to replace the whole kitchen and get a hot tub. Thanks for the donation, retard.
trying to sell this stuff, it's always just regular conventional stuff made with tap water. So really, really special product for you guys. We have a limited amount for now, but I'll make sure to list these on the website before this video goes up. I don't think there's anything too new to show you guys. We're a little low on hot dogs with 4th of July coming up, so if you guys do want to, oh no, we have plenty of hot dogs. So if you guys do want to serve our high quality hot dogs for 4th of July, we do have them. Same with the burgers. I know we have all the high quality burgers available, whether you guys want the best burger blend, pre-formed patties, the best burger blend, just regular 1 pound that you want to make the patties yourself, that's over here. And we also have, I think, a few prime ribeyes left. Should be somewhere over here. Or maybe we ran out of the prime ribeye. But my guys did just cut some Wagyu ribeyes last week. I don't think we'll have the Japanese Wagyu in time for 4th of July though. Oh, I completely forgot. Most important thing this week, completely new product. We have some goose available, and duck has been restocked, as well as ground chicken. So this is a really big week for poultry for us.
Yeah, hopefully Frank just overdoses. Just the amount of animals that have to die for this fucktard to just do whatever the hell he does with his money.
We have all of our organic corn and soy-free duck back in stock. As far as I know, we're the only person selling this quality of duck online. I mean, same with chicken too. And now we have pastured goose. Unfortunately, it's really, really expensive. Almost like twice as much as I wanted to charge for it, because my farmer got ripped off for the baby goslings. He paid like twice as much as he should have, and we also didn't grow them large enough, so there's not a lot of meat on the carcass. So the next batch of goose should be about 30% cheaper, but if you want to try this really high quality organic goose, just
$150. Holy fuck.
I don't say this lightly, Frank is a con man. He's a snake oil salesman. I know you already agree with me. Also, Joey has actually become cuter in the last couple of days. I have proof. 646 sextillion 677 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Oh my god, that's amazing. You gotta show me that proof. Thanks for the donation, then now.
Keep in mind, it's a little bony, guys. It's not much meat. This is more of like a specialty. And, you know, I think these are like twice as much as the duck breasts, which are already kind of expensive. All the corn and soy-free chicken. We got so much chicken back in stock, guys. Plenty of chicken. We were running out of chicken over the past few weeks, but now we're good. I think this is where my guys put the ground chicken. So we had so much chicken, we decided to grind some of it up, which is very cost prohibitive because it's expensive to do this. But we have organic corn and soy-free chicken breast ground up and organic corn and soy-free dark meat chicken ground up. Everything available. Just some random stuff here. We got a very small fruit and vegetable selection if you guys want to get some stuff with your meat. I don't even know what's back here. Not sure what that is. What's also new, almost forgot, we have organic chicken pot pies, and the beef pot pies are restocked, guys.
I wonder if he busts the AC on purpose somehow and then is able to get reimbursed for the spoiled product with business insurance, and that's how he actually makes money off of his food that people only buy to troll him.
We'll never know. Yeah, I'm really not sure. I just hope it all ends soon, some way or another, for Frank. Thanks for the donation, retard. Ben Overbitch donated $2. That seems like a lot of them are too high. Yeah, Poland is definitely doing it right, but yeah, most of those are just far too high. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. Gross, baby. Yeah, I mean, Poland doesn't seem too bad. Poland are now projected to be wealthier than Britain by 2030. Economists claim the rapid development of Poland is not something we've seen in our lifetimes. Well, I mean, the UK is, for the last at least 30 years, has like deliberately been trying to make themselves more poor. It's just a stupid country run by fucking morons. So what do you expect?
It helps you save money and automatically detects and ignores all child support calls. Y'all see that? Siri just hung up on CPS. We call that block the BS mode. The smoke detector silencer for FaceTime now automatically detects that smoke detector beep in the background and mutes it. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. With the new iPhone 17 Black, Apple Pay now accepts food stamps. It's what we've all been thinking, right? And let me tell y'all, this new iPhone 17 Black is built tough, real tough, with that Gorilla Glass. Unbreakable, you hear me? And for the price, the iPhone 17 Black can be financed at only $99.99 a month for a 400-year term.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
These are so delicious and filling. One of these will easily feed a family of 4 to 5. Easily. And what I'm really excited about is all these really high quality, delicious products we have on Pure Sourdough. I had some organic hot dog buns last night for dinner with the hot dogs. We have the hamburger buns as well. I just showed you guys the organic pot pies. No one is making as delicious and as high quality pot pies as we are. I promise you'll love them. And this is our organic pizza made with organic white tomato sauce. These are selling like hotcakes. I think we've sold quite a bit over the past 2 weeks, but now the sales are slowing down. Again, guys.
Do you think it would be better if Zoran fucked everything up by doing a bunch of retarded shit which would turn off the normies, or better if he actually did okay and isn't really able to do a bunch of crazy shit which would piss off the commies?
Hopefully he just ruins everything and fucks everything up. Teach them a fucking lesson, dude. These dumbasses who voted for him hopefully just absolutely destroys New York, and then they can fuck around, find out. Thanks for the donation, retard.
They're by far the most delicious and highest quality stuff online that you can get, and it's a
So people are not buying these as much because they taste like shit, and then they're not reordering.
affordable. I don't see where my guys put the hamburgers. There's some more pot pies over here. Here are the hamburgers. So we have both cheeseburgers.
Hey Richard. Now that Jasmine is gone, have you been looking for a girl who likes Asta mouth?
Nope. Haven't been looking into getting into dating anybody. I'm perfectly happy and content being alone. Thanks for the donation, King Joe.
Hamburgers, and then we have plain meat patties and plain cheese patties. Just for you guys who want more convenient stuff, like these hamburgers, cheeseburgers, pot pies, breads, pizzas. You know, I'm really excited that we're starting to branch out and do these prepared foods and get you guys really high quality and affordable and organic, healthy stuff. This is super special to me because I'm always getting sick all the time because I'm like traveling in my car for hours without eating, but I'm really gonna like this. But my refrigeration guy's here and trying to call me, so let me go see if he's outside. All right, we're doing the fast and crazy way. This is how not to do refrigeration 101. We got a pressure washer with hot water hooked up, and we're gonna blast all the ice off the evap fans. And the reason you don't want to do this is because it's really delicate aluminum up there, but these are really iced up over there. In the back, a little iced up, but it's gonna take us 20 minutes to get it off if we don't do this. Yeah, so we had to use the hot water to get all the ice off the side, the front, and the back. It might have actually been okay if I had taken the ice off the front initially, but I was being lazy last night. I was hoping there wasn't ice on the front. No ice on the sides, no ice on the front, no ice on the back, so now we can test and see what's wrong with them, and they should start working again. While I'm in here, I just remembered I forgot to show you guys, we do have fresh raw apple cider from the Amish farm. I think I'm gonna list this on the foods website, not the meat website. Yeah, so I have this raw apple cider cold in my fridge. I've been drinking 2 or 3 of these on hot days, and it's like delicious. Way better than apple juice or anything else. This one almost like
looks so retarded.
It's fresh though. That's not right. This was tied up. It was supposed to be misting into this condenser, but it looks like the zip ties got loose. Yeah, it was uptight like this. It was uptight like this, but it slipped down.
Good evening, Mr. Gigliardo. How are you doing?
So the same thing might have happened. This last refrigerant guy, who doesn't really know refrigeration, left the king valve open on all of my units. So basically he fixed them, he filled them up with refrigerant, but since he didn't tighten the valve all the way closed, the refrigerant slowly leaked out, and now the units are failing because they're low on refrigerant. So hopefully this is the last one. With the other two, we charged them up correctly, and then there was also the thermostat inside wasn't set correctly. So now that we set the thermostats to the right temperature and we filled them up with refrigerant, we shouldn't have any problems moving forward, but it's just been a disaster. As soon as we get these new fridge units in and the new freezer unit in, then there's literally nothing can go wrong. Because we'll have new units on everything, and we don't have to worry about this old junk leaking out, even though, you know, I knew how to fix this stuff myself.
I just hope there's a fire. Please just have a fire. Destroy that building and everything, and, you know, everyone, hopefully, in it.
Gone to refrigeration school, so I'm just gonna grab the zip ties and then the refrigerant. So most of the stuff here is 404, which is what we're using. And the reason we're zip tying those misters to the back of the evaporators is to cool them down quicker. So the way these refrigerant gases work is there has to be a certain amount of gas in the system. It has to be the correct amount. If there's too much, the system goes off on high pressure and it doesn't work. If there's too little, it'll go off on low pressure, or
Retired doing tillers, how does he do it? Trump posted a bomb Iran music video with these lyrics. Went to a mosque, gonna throw some rocks. Time to turn Iran into a parking lot. Isn't this just after he said he wanted a ceasefire?
Bum, 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 Iran.
Literally posting this after he said he wanted a ceasefire. Dude, he's fucking unhinged. Maybe he forgot, like, could be a sign of senility setting in. Like, he literally forgot that he wanted, like, a ceasefire deal and shit. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
it'll just ice up and it'll freeze the evaporators, and then there won't be any airflow and it won't cool, because the way refrigeration systems work is they don't actually cool down the space. They're not bringing cold air into the space. They're removing heat. So the refrigeration system is removing heat particles from the inside of the fridge until it goes to the desired temperature. And that's more extreme in the freezer. It's literally removing heat in the freezer to get to -20. So these evaporators inside need airflow to remove heat, the fans inside, and these condensers outside are blowing the heat out. So by having water misting on these condensers out here, you're speeding up the removal of the heat and you're keeping the pressure lower. So there's less risk of the unit failing when you have water blowing on it like that, because it's really cold groundwater. So now I have it in the right direction, flowing in the condenser. We have this like really nice, cool 50-degree groundwater flowing into the condenser. But if you see that white buildup is from the calcium in the water. This is on, we have the filter on now. It's on reverse osmosis now, so it's okay, but otherwise you don't want to do this, because that hard water.
Pretty sure reverse osmosis filters don't get rid of calcium in the water. You need a decalcifier. That's what's set up in my house. There's a reverse osmosis filter and there's a decalcifier or water softener. So he hooked the hose up to a reverse osmosis filter for literally no reason.
Will completely ruin your condenser within a year or two. So there's no way to get that white buildup off of this without ruining the condenser, the aluminum. So if you do this, the water has to be filtered.
Okay, well, he's gonna ruin his condenser.
So the last guy left this valve open and we had low pressure, so it's supposed to be like 250. We were down to 150, so it might take like half a can of refrigerant here. Yeah, so the valve on the old freezer unit was left open. Valve on the rooftop freezer unit was left open. Valve on the fridge was left open. I've spent $5,000 on 404 refrigerant. So go figure. Right now the fridge took another whole tank. So at least we know what it was now. Shouldn't have to worry about it moving forward now that I've spent a fortune on refrigeration. Yeah, so we got that new big freezer unit to go here. Only thing I've ever built myself. This is the new freezer unit that the insurance job put in last year, but you can see the size difference. Like, our new one is crazy big compared to that. This one's like 20 years old, and these two are like 30, 40 years old, but this one's completely broken, shut down. So we're probably gonna get all this out of here and then just keep all the working units. What's going on, man? How you doing?
I want to ask about this washer over here. What you guys are doing with it?
The water? Oh, the washing machine?
Yeah.
That one? What, do you want to buy it? Or?
My washing machine just broke. I looked at
This one, it is broken, but it's just the latch. It's just the latch. So we turned it on, it powers on. Yeah. It's just like this latch or whatever, there's like a sensor in there that's not preventing it from running. You can have it.
I can have it?
Yeah. I've been trying to sell it for like $40 for like a month. It's driving me crazy.
Bad, man.
Yeah, no, you can take it.
I live right there. Somehow I'm going to figure out how to get rid of it.
No, I mean, these things are light, man. These things are, they're super light. If you, you want a dolly or you want to dolly it over there?
Yeah, please.
I'll get you a dolly, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. We need this thing back.
Yeah.
That is clearly a crack addict. So he decided to film himself giving a crack addict a washing machine that's broken.
You know, it's a really low income town here, which is why I'm surprised they didn't give me the grant I applied for to open up the front of this building and like try to hire some people and get some local revenue. But
I don't care if Trump forgot we really should bomb Iran.
Yeah, we really should. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Who the fuck knows? It's like, I think it might actually be the lowest GDP in northeastern PA, Carbondale. Still costs a fortune to run a business. Like, even running like a McDonald's in Carbondale is, you're talking a lot of money. I lose so much money every week that like, I have all this equipment I'm trying to sell, but it's just like, it's not even worth it at one point. Selling stuff on Marketplace is a disaster. The lesson I learned is that if you get a good deal
We're watching the Liver King thing next. Don't worry, CDG.
on restaurant equipment, keep it for yourself, because next time you need that piece of equipment, you will never get it as good of a price. You'll never get it. Like, maybe I could sell my old bandsaw for a few $1,000s, but when I go to try to buy a bandsaw if I need one, probably 6, 7, 8 grand. So I'll just keep the equipment. Maybe we'll get a butcher shop somewhere as another sales front, or maybe we'll need the equipment here moving forward. Like, I have these like really expensive Globe deli slicers that are like $9,000 or $10,000 each, brand new, and I'm trying to sell them for like $5,000 or $6,000 each brand new, which is a great deal. One of them is actually right here.
Furious Pete hasn't uploaded in half a year. Oh no, it's been like a full year.
What's going?
Well, he doesn't look like he's in great shape. Looks terrible, actually. See if he's on Insta. He's planning on benching 500 pounds. I know, so these are recent, like June 2nd. Oh, this is from years and years ago. 28. So is that actually recent? I think it is. He hasn't been posting consistently, like, anywhere, really. How is this guy ever a fitness influencer? Like, fucking drinking, eating like shit. He had cancer, like, what, 3 fucking times? He's had both of his balls removed.
Do we really need to watch The Liver King? Can't we just watch The Lizard King instead?
Lizard King. No, I think the Liver King video is going to be more entertaining. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Beautiful automatic belly slicer, but people don't want to pay for stuff. Yeah, my new buddy and his free washing machine. That's my good deed for the day. Yesterday I gave a homeless guy 20 bucks on the highway. Yeah, so we got the fridge back up and running. It was leaking refrigerant, just like half of my freezer equipment. But we showed you guys most of the new stuff on the meat website. If you did want anything on the foods website, we have most of the stuff in stock. This week we got back the water kefir, the pemmican, all the best bars have been in stock. We restocked the chocolate chip granola bars, so most of the regular stuff is in stock. These are my favorite chocolate chip granola bars. We got both the plain pemmican, which is kind of bland.
No, wasn't nervous about confronting Furious Pete.
And then we just have the honey blueberry pemmican that I like a lot more. All the other stuff on the foods website is in stock too, the stuff that I regularly have in my diet. And I'm not going to show you guys much of this today, but
What's especially retarded is that spraying reverse osmosis water on his condenser is, first of all, a complete and total waste of water, a janky and ineffective swamp cooler hack, and the raw water will corrode the metal over time and damage the coils.
Yep. And if his business still exists in another year or two, he's going to be complaining about that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
you can go to frankiesnaturals.com to see all the hygiene and cosmetic products. And then if you want to go to organsupplements.com, we have all the vitamins, minerals, beef glandulars, and a lot of very, very interesting products. I guess the most recent restock on the naturals is we finally got the bone marrow cream back in stock. And on organ supplements, it's probably the Sky High energy drink. But if you guys go to frank-tufano.com, you screen
5.
Okay, well, Frank is still a retard, but we already knew that.
Got a breaking exclusive for you that I got from our sources. The Austin Police Department, as we speak, is on their way to a hotel in downtown Austin to arrest the Liver King because he's been making a lot of bizarre cryptic threats to Joe Rogan.
Dodo donators, well, the nice thing about Israel is that they don't give a flying fuck what Trump says. They are just going to do what they're going to do anyway. How many times do you think Frankie's freezer or fridge wasn't cooled properly for hours and he didn't care or notice? Well, especially since he's on drugs, I can guarantee you there was some hot rotting meat sitting in that fridge for quite a while. Guaranteed. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Hey Richard, your discipline and physique are inspiring. Love seeing you doing this well. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Glad my birthday's in a couple days. I legit need a diet break. Yesterday was rough. Holy fuck, today was rough. My blood pressure was like fucking 0. I had a push day today. I was fainting fucking constantly. It took me, I'm not even kidding, 5 hours to finish my workout because I'd stand up, start fainting, have to sit back down, stand up, start fainting, have to sit back down. And then, like, when I finally could stand up and, like, start a set, I'd start fainting again, and then I had to sit back down. I literally couldn't do overhead press at all, because the fainting was so bad. But, dude, yeah, I was down in the basement for fucking 5 hours just waiting to be able to, like, stay conscious for long enough to finish a fucking set. It was fucking bad.
He's going to come to town and fight him, and now he's there and has posted videos that are very, very direct threats.
All right, so let's get you guys up to speed with everything that's going on. The Liver King has officially lost his mind. I don't know how many of you follow him, still watch his content after the extreme fallout of everything that happened. For some reason, after the documentary was released and people had criticism of everything that was in it, he went in this downward spiral where video after video, I am not kidding you, multiple videos a day, is the most bizarre, weird content that's essentially 10 videos piled into a couple minutes per video of the most nonsense spoken I think I've ever heard on any content.
What I'm hoping is that you, Joe Rogan, are thinking, I'm gonna choke that.
What's with the weird scratches and shit on his face? I've wondered if he, like, legit is addicted to some drugs, because, like, I've seen him drinking alcohol, and he was, like, hanging out with some random fucking broke-ass dude smoking weed. I wonder if this guy is, like, actually on something. And I know pain medications can actually trigger psychosis in some people. There's actually a friend of mine who's big into electric bikes. I follow him on Facebook. He got in some kind of accident or something, or hurt himself. He might have had like a shoulder surgery, some shit like that. They gave him pain medication and he went into full-blown psychosis. He ended up like running around outside screaming at people and shit, and the police had to get him. And then he said like, yeah, the pain meds put him into psychosis. So I don't know if he I know he had surgery on his like eye and his shoulder or something recently. I know he fucked his eye up and he needed some kind of surgery for that. And I think he had some other injury, like was it a bicep tear? So he might have been put on pain meds and has psychosis from it, because it seems to be going beyond just looking for attention on the internet, because he's been doing this for quite a while. And I mean, if it was something to just drop people's attention for a little bit, it's a little strange for him to be doing this for this long.
That motherfucker out, lights out. I'm gonna choke him out, and I kind of hope that if you win, that's how it happens, because like to wake up from that dream, that's a good feeling. And then anything else that you could break on me, break it on me. I hope that you won't feel me tap. That's never happening, tapping, because I have something actually to fight for.
Dodo donated $2. That is definitely AI. I'd feel bad for the monkey if he had to work a job like that.
Pleased by the performance of Putin's next opponent. The two-day summit was the latest in a series.
I mean, he obviously let it happen. Hamas's SOM unit has released a video showing a blindfolded man being interrogated in Gaza for collaborating with the Palestinian Authority. Whoa, just the Palestinian Authority. That is crazy. Of course, it's all white college kids that support Hamas.
Yet a new reason to not eat anything from China.
You didn't give me a link, Dodo. Oh, you mean the monkeys. Yeah, the monkeys. Thanks for the donation.
Welcome to another live special election night coverage update. I'm Dick Brennan.
And I'm Jessica Moore. The polls have been closed for an hour now, and we continue to watch the results.
In a very short period of time.
Jeez, he's beating Cuomo by a lot. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, New Yorkers are fucking stupid. Just dumb communists. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Actually, that's my family. I have a principle.
Wait, first let's put this on pause. Can we be honest just for a moment? If Liver King, aka Brian Johnson, and Joe Rogan were to actually have some type of brawl, whether it's in an octagon, street fight, whatever it may be, can we all just come to terms that Brian Johnson would just be absolutely mopped up? Like Joe Rogan would end his life instantly.
To fight for. That's what I'm, and oh, well, what if he actually does what he's saying? What if that would be interesting? That would be interesting. What do you have to fight for? You're fighting. I hope you're mad. You should choke me out. You know how to do that. You're trained.
He does.
You're trained. You got a black belt. Black belt in jiu-jitsu.
He also has an extreme kick.
I hope you choke
Joe
me
Rogan
out.
can kick.
And if you don't choke me out, these other limbs will be interesting. Should be very interesting. That's the PS. I already thought about my game plan. I don't have a plan. I'm not going to train. But I hope you've been training. And I'm ready whenever you're ready. If it's tomorrow, that'll be great. Let's do it as soon as possible. If it's not tomorrow, then just whenever you're ready. Yeah. This is actually happening. And just remember on the backside, this is good. It's fun. It'll be fun. It'll be like, there's real tension, real fight, real...
There's some tension there.
Shame on you, bro.
Who knows what type of tension.
Shame on you,
but...
I'm going to make you pay. I am going to actually make you pay. And what you pay will be donated to Good and True. So that's how barbarians bleed. Because
Here's
Joe
another
Rogan,
one of the videos.
we don't have to make videos to pretend anymore. All of this is happening. We're coming to you. I've challenged you man to man to a fight. Honorable. And we don't have to pretend or make any videos. The world is watching. They'll make the videos for us. And
also, side note that I just remembered, you know how he has a couple sons? Could you imagine your dad is just on social media posting multiple of these types of videos a day? Just sit there and think about that for a second. Your father is going out doing this.
you don't have to hold a camera. You can hold the hand of somebody that you love, because what happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that feeling. You're going to need something more than what you did to give you something to fight for, because I have my family to fight for. And I'll die for them, you know that. And you're a black belt, but you
like, what is he fighting for? What is his family
like
in danger
willing
of?
to die, hoping that you'll choke me out. I pray to God, because that's a dream come true. It feels good. And then the limbs, I'm fighting for my family. So limb. Go ahead. But then you have to contend with something else. And I weigh 170.
The inside of his mouth is blue. I think he's been taking methylene blue. That could be another explanation for his odd behavior. He may be taking like weird supplements that are like fucking up his brain.
7 pounds. An actual savage. And so at first you're like, fuck that guy. And right? When you all of a sudden he did get your attention.
Are you guys seeing what I'm saying, where this makes absolutely no sense?
I'm going to choke that motherfucker, that piece of fucking shit. I'm going to choke him out. That's what warriors...
Commies are high as fuck off their own supply. Talking about how Zoran has natural political instincts. Yeah, he promised a bunch of candy to children who are too naive to realize they're about to be raped. Eric Adams should run as GOP and smoke this nigger.
That would be funny. That'd actually be hilarious. But, yeah. They'll find out. Watch this guy fuck everything up. They'll find out. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Dude, you and Andrew Tate are good warriors. But you're actually better than that real tension we have. Comedy that you do is good and true. We have real tension. But what I see in you is comedy is good and true. Touch points, how people laugh. If we don't make fun of them at their expense, they laugh. You should all make fun of me. You should all make fun of me at my expense. Trust me, that it still works. And then you should get paid for it. And let's go.
As his kids in
we're
the
leaving.
His
we're going
wife's
off
in the background too. Wait, is that his wife? Or no, sorry.
The real G said it. It's my speech, Justin.
How are people even supporting this man in his claims? Now, I'm going to give my opinion on why I think the Liver King Fallout 2.0, 3.0, I don't know which one we're on now at this point, why it's happening. And this seems very similar to other scenarios. I don't know how many of you remember the Connor Murphy scenario, the Callum Von Moger scenario. I'm going to say it's some type of narcotic-related incident where he is in some type of lack of sleep, also influenced by, once again, who knows which narcotic. My guess would be some type of amphetamine, a very, very strong amphetamine. And it has caused him to absolutely lose his mind.
And so I am told that he's going to be arrested for terroristic threats. And that just shows how crazy society's going. In the videos, he looks extremely deranged with dilated pupils. And so we hope the Liver King gets better. But this is what is happening in America and around the world. We need God, folks. We need God. We need to get back to God. So we hope everything
People just need to lift.
Goes okay, and we hope that I'm told it's happening right now, so that's why we're waiting until we get the word it's already happened to upload this information. And of course, we're not telling you the locations so that people don't get in the way of the Austin Police Department, who also did a great job finding and arresting and indicting all 4 of the co-conspirators.
This morning.
Well, Liver King's a fucktard.
Can't even believe I'm reporting this. The Liver King is being arrested.
I'm Dave Palumbo. Absolute best.
Update. I can't even believe I'm reporting this. The Liver King is being arrested. He's lost his mind. I don't know if you guys have been following this whole escapade with the Liver King. He's been spiraling downhill ever since his Netflix documentary came out, and everyone's been slamming this guy. You know, he was
Well, it's ever since he's been outed for steroid use.
kind of one of the most, I felt, entertaining and creative guys on Instagram for a while, with all his crazy videos he would do about eating raw testicles and eating bone marrow and livers and organ meat from different animals and his ancestral line of products. And then he kind of got exposed for being a fraud because he was on steroids and growth hormone, which I don't think most people really cared about, to be honest with you. And then this documentary came out, and a lot of people were criticizing him. And I know that Joe Rogan was poking fun at this guy. And evidently, Joe Rogan and him have a feud going on. But the Liver King has been coming out with stranger and stranger videos lately. Not creative, not tightly, edited like they normally are. Just off the cuff, like rants and ramblings for like minutes and minutes. Just not his. Now, I was watching his videos. I don't know if I would consider them terrorist threats. He does seem like a guy who's a little unhinged.
Wait.
Some police. I don't know, unless he's just. Alex Jones even talk about the Liver King at all, to be honest with you. Alex talks about conspiracy theories, and he's unless he's reporting every king police to a king.
Why didn't you like Zoran Mumdani? Also, you black monkey, you didn't pin the Dono link, you stupid blackie.
I could have sworn to fuck I did. Am I going insane, or was the Dono link pinned? Can somebody remind me? Because I swear to fuck it was pinned. Also, if I do forget to do that, I'd appreciate it if somebody could point that out earlier. I don't know. Maybe my brain isn't working because of the diet. Well, thanks for the donation. Can't be touched.
Yeah. And these items are for you.
Let's fucking go. I'll take this nigga over the commie any day.
Yeah. Even if he is receiving money from foreign entities, I would definitely take Eric Adams over that communist. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. It wasn't pinned. I was going to donate $1 million, but there was no link. All right. Dodo donates Eric Adams is running in the general erection as an independent, and Cuomo may as well. So we'll see. There's still a chance that Mamdani doesn't become mayor also. All right. That sea lion should have dragged her down. That's a good sea lion. Yeah, Muslims. Yep. Religion of peace. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Breaking news coming out of Austin, Texas. The Liver King, or how I like to call him, the Liver Bitch, just got arrested. And you know what this asshole's been doing? If you guys were paying attention to his social media the past couple days, all he was doing was going around like a crazy man, threatening Joe Rogan. Said he wants to make him pay.
We're gonna make Joe Rogan pay, big time, one of us, both of us.
I guess for not going on his podcast, right? But not only him, he said he wants to make Derek and even me pay it the same way as Joe Rogan.
We're gonna make 3 people pay, primarily the fake Jews that I've already said. The more plates, more date. We're gonna make that guy pay, we're gonna make 3 people pay, primarily the fake Jews that I've already said.
Fake Jews? He couldn't possibly be talking about that conspiracy theory that Henry Ford propagated, that all the Jews that claim to be Jews are really Satanists. Is this like a Black Hebrew Israelite thing, or?
Why'd Mitch should have dragged her down? No sane human would say that. No wonder your wife left you.
Because it would have been funny. Thanks for the donation, Blue.
The more plates, more date. We're gonna make that guy pay. We're gonna make a few of those guys pay, and then Johnny Bravado or something, that guy who claims to be an investigative reporter, Johnny Bravo, and he's like flying balls like him.
And at least he said one thing nice about me. He said that I got flying balls. But then I was thinking, I was like, did he just say that? We all know how much he likes eating.
Faggot donators, can you show us a picture of what your end physique should look like? What you're shooting for? Let me see. Ah, crap. Like that. What's that other one? Like that. Yeah, like this. So yeah, anything like that or that. I'm getting there.
Your chat was telling me I need to scream more, so here we go, lol.
Let me see.
Baby, come with me to the gym so we can smash a fucking leg day. Let's go! Woo!
You should get a microphone that has 32-bit float enabled, and then you can scream into the mic and it won't clip. And it's far less grating and annoying. But I'm personally not a big fan of screaming. Thanks for the donation, Sky. But Yeah. Can do vacuums pretty well now. Yeah, like there I am, relaxed. Might have to still grow a bit more. Now, yeah, I'm gonna have to do steroids. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do steroids. It's a shame. I do like how much my traps have grown, though. Yeah, I don't know. I probably should just do steroids.
Balls, does that mean he wants to eat mine? But his wife, that liver queen, right? She even got in.
Dodo donated $2. This reminds me of this boss in Pikmin. And queen termites are pretty big. Yeah, it is pretty similar. Bicyclists are fucking dumbasses, and they do not understand the rules of the road. That's why they do this. They're probably going to have to put up a sign saying stop for pedestrians and then have police right there to ticket people. Bicyclists are fucking morons.
Hey babe, you're looking amazing. You should be really proud of your physique. 99.9% of guys can't reach a physique like yours. Your hard work and training paid off, you look insanely good. Just kidding, I would never say that. Richard, go make money for me.
Thanks for the donation, Jasmine.
So are you, do you think that we have to almost do without policing in certain areas which are labeled to be high crimes, to have alternative bodies? Do the policing in a more compassionate, more merciful, more social, assisting and helping more than arresting and putting in jail?
I absolutely think that what we need to do is give support and funding to institutions that are trained to deal with these kinds of issues. As you said, if you're having an argument with someone and there's a risk of it escalating, who is better positioned to de-escalate it? Someone who is well known in the community, or someone who has been trained specifically in de-escalation, or a stranger who has a gun? And we see so many situations where encounters with police, the police arrive and all of a sudden the tension rises even astronomically to what it was prior. And I think that we need to say and ask ourselves, look at how policing is done in the suburbs, in wealthier, whiter America.
This guy has fully and completely drunk the Kool-Aid. Middle-aged soccer moms aren't breaking into cars to steal their stereos. So, yeah, no shit. Policing's done a bit differently in the suburbs. They know the 50-year-old dad that they're pulling over for rolling through the stop sign isn't selling crack. What a fucking idiot. Yeah, this guy is gonna destroy the city. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And was fucking with me in the comments, and she was saying to me that I'm a filthy piece of shit, stealing my fucking line. And I didn't even do anything to her. I didn't call her Sharmuta or nothing. Now wait until I tell you the whole story.
You can't buy this kind of stuff. Their serial numbers.
Ben Overbitch $20 steroids is only going to speed up your balding, Blackie. That is a good point. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Replicatable, not reproducible kind of stuff. Presidents like that, Joe Rogan, that's how we do it in Texas, That's real man kind of stuff. We're coming to Austin. We're about to leave. Aren't we, boy? Yeah. It's Monday. It's 8 o'clock-ish. And we're coming.
Austin, Texas, and who's Liver King picking a fight with?
Joe Rogan.
Everybody knows. Whoa. Yeah, boy! Woo, we might be hearing that a bunch.
So as you guys saw in the stories, he was stalking Joe Rogan for the last couple of days. And when Joe saw that these threats were actually serious, calls were made to the FBI, and they saw him get in his car, go down to Austin, Texas, and he was staying at the Four Seasons. When they saw him acting crazy, still making those threats inside the hotel, they actually were camping out, SWAT team and everything, outside that Four Seasons hotel since the morning. And they didn't barge in or do anything because they knew he was, under something. They knew he had weapons. So, just not to make the situation worse, they decided to wait until he turned himself in. And later on that evening, I think around 7 p.m. Eastern time, he turned himself in to the Austin Police Department. He's obviously on heavy drug usage, and I know from my inside information exactly what substances he was on, and I know he had them with him in that hotel. So the reasons as to why he got arrested, those charges are going to come out, but he also had illegal narcotics on him as well. So we're going to find out if he ended up.
Huh. Sounds like it might check out that he's addicted to drugs. Dodo, donate $2. That's literally just thunder. Wow, they're super Weenie Hut Juniors.
You remember me from last time? Yeah, tell me your name again.
My name is David. Was a big fan of yours until I realized you received so much funding from Roy Singham that I can't really support you.
Oh, well, actually, we don't receive that much money from Roy Singham. Most of our money comes...
Self-proclaimed socialist. That means he's a communist.
Well, actually, we don't receive that much money from Roy Singham. Most of our money comes
Last time you told me you didn't get any money from him. Now it's that you're receiving not that much.
We don't get a penny from any foreign entity.
Like someone like an oligarch that goes to CCP propaganda forums and speaks to them.
Actually, he's not an oligarch. He's an individual who made some money doing high...
Your co-founder was married to him, Jody Evans. What's the deal there now?
You know, somebody can marry whoever they want. It doesn't mean anything. If you look at Code Pink...
So the co-founder of Code Pink was married to the guy that speaks at CCP propaganda forums, and you guys are saying that has nothing to do with you?
Absolutely nothing to do with it.
What about the People's Forum? Don't you go and host a lot of events at the People's Forum, which receives $20 million from Roy Singham?
Israel might have about 200 nuclear weapons.
Why are we so worried about Israel and not worried about Chinese influence, especially when we have organizations in the United States that destabilize America, like your organization, taking money from Chinese government?
I think we are the best thing for this country because we want our money, our resources to be used to help people here in
So why do you
this country.
take money from an oligarch that cozies up to the Chinese government?
I don't.
You do?
First of all,
it's clear transactions. The House GOP has actually launched an investigation into Roy Singham. What do you think about that?
I think they can do whatever they want.
Isn't he influenced by foreign government and you're against that?
No, he's influenced by his own whatever.
His Marxist ideology that cozies him up close to the CCP government?
He can be.
He's a self-proclaimed Marxist.
Have you ever
He's a self-proclaimed Marxist, right? So is that something that Code Pink endorses?
Heard of the Constitution? Have you ever heard of...
Absolutely. Freedom of speech and everything is great. I'm just wondering, why is co-founder so close to a Marxist advocate?
Not fun when it's happening to you, huh, bitch?
Who is close to the CCP Foundation.
Enough of my free speech for the moment.
How close are you to the Party for Socialism and Liberation? Another faction that receives a lot of money for Roy Singham. This is usually what happens when you confront Medea Benjamin. We've done this previously in the cafeteria of the Senate building. Yeah, but you don't want to answer why you take so much money from the Chinese government or from somebody that is so prominent amongst the CCP. You're against foreign interests, yet you take money from an individual that is
fucking bitch. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh, wait. Did I watch all the links? I haven't.
President, as you eat your breakfast here in
Please
Congress,
leave me alone.
As you eat your breakfast here in Congress, we are funding the forced starvation of the Palestinian people.
You are working for the genocide of the Jewish people.
Oh God, I'm
you
a
support
Jew.
Hamas, and you're.
I'm a Jew, sir. It is not the genocide of Jews. It's a.
Yeah, that guy's based.
Syria.
This is Israel. There is no apartheid. Do you see Jews like this in Syria?
Hijab. Where Israel? This is hijab. Israel, not hijab.
Yes, this is Israel. I can show you. This is Tel Aviv. This is Tel Aviv. Okay, this is Jaffa. You see there? This is Jaffa. I will show you the. Okay, this is the Muslim people celebrating on the beach of Tel Aviv. And this is the helicopter of the IDF there. And this is, you see, this is Tel Aviv. And you see, we have signs in Arabic. You see, this is signs in Arabic.
Yeah, so much for the ethnic cleansing and ethno-state. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Booty Cam Donatillers, are you high? VG also look. Wouldn't say I'm high, but we've already reacted to this video last night. The phantom fart. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
getting any charges for that. But there's, you know, this is story just happened. So there's a lot of details coming out, but there's a lot of background that I know about this situation. Stories that I know are going to help piece this puzzle together. So as more information comes, I'm going to be putting together a more detailed video, but I wanted to get this out because this just happened. The liver bitch in prison now, going crazy. And let's see what's going to happen next with this asshole.
I love this family. We didn't get outside to say our prayer. If they'll be nice enough to give me 2 minutes. Thank you, God, for right now, for this gift that is right now with my family in Austin, Texas. Thank you, God, for right now. Thank you for the gift that is my family. And inside the car, up top, because it's pretty protected. All that's going on.
Guys, thanks for watching. Please hit like.
Oh, I wonder what narcotics he was caught with.
The Albuquerque Journal did post footage on their YouTube channel that they received from the Albuquerque Police Department, which shows portions of a body cam footage from a February 21st crash investigation. Police say that John Jones fled the scene of this crime and later threatened a police safety aide over the phone. Jones has been charged with a misdemeanor fleeing the scene of an accident. Since then, Jones' attorney has denied that he was driving the car.
It's literally happened before.
We are going to play that footage, that clip in its entirety. It's about 4 minutes long, just so that you can have the full context. Take a look.
Hey, where'd he go? Where'd he go off on me? I have one of the drivers leaving the scene on foot, heading westbound on Lomas.
Yeah, I don't see anybody on the driver's side. I see somebody there, I think.
Hey, where'd he go? Where'd he go off on me?
Yeah. So the driver left. The guy's in the passenger seat.
I have one of the drivers leaving the scene on foot, heading westbound on Lomas. Okay, they're gonna check you out, okay, man? She's over here. Oh, she has no pants. She said she has no pants. No pants.
Okay, that's fine. Can we ask what's going on?
Okay, yeah, John Jones was definitely the one driving.
Please talk to him. Please talk to him.
Oh boy.
That's a friend of mine.
He's done this before. I think he ran over a woman with her baby in his Bentley, and then he fled the scene, and then he lied about having anything to do with it. So this is just what he does. He's not getting out of this.
Hello, who am I speaking to?
He's crashing out.
Me as PSA Lopez. And who am I speaking to?
What's your name?
PSA Lopez. With Albuquerque
Well, damage on the side. I wonder if he ran a red light.
Police Department.
How many guys you guys got out? I'll be with you.
Don't worry about them, man. Were you the one driving the vehicle?
My brothers attacked the dreams and the sisters and the cell phones.
He was the one driving the vehicle.
They slip drills. They're the most evil people you ever meet.
That's John Jones.
John Jones?
He was.
Okay, so this is why he said he was retired and refused to do the Aspinall fight. He's addicted to drugs again. That explains why he's been acting so weird. So he needs to go back into rehab.
Who's the one driving the vehicle?
But they don't waste their cases with just killing you on petty crimes. But they definitely listen to conversations like this, and some of them are bored enough to kill you. To kill you.
Let me back up again.
They definitely listen to this one.
He was the one driving the vehicle.
Cases with just killing you on petty crimes. But they definitely listen to conversations like this, and some of them are bored enough to kill you.
Okay, yeah. He's on drugs, I can tell.
To kill you. Because they listen. And they teach me to be a man when I'm a dog.
So, listen to me, man. He's making threats, and if he's making threats, I gotta call him off sorry.
Call him.
Well, guess what, dude? You won't be the first guy this year that I threatened. It's gonna die. You get a second one.
And who am I speaking to? You, John Jones?
What? If you're untraceable, my brothers, they kill people with way less. Sometimes she's gladly dead.
Yeah.
21st Only Tellers, New York City is the next London. Probably worse.
To holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. We've got many holidays you can try.
Yep. What do you notice? The hell is that? Yeah, what the hell was that? Apparently they're barnacles.
I'm on my way to vote. I don't know that I have ever been more excited to vote for anyone than I am to vote for Zohran Mamdani.
Yeah, just dumb fucking women. It's women who are mostly exposed to this communist propaganda on TikTok.
Killing others sometimes is what? Legitimate. What? Legitimate law, legitimate target. Agree or not? Yes? So why when any non-Islamic system talks about killing others and the international law, this is legitimate and this is fine. When Islam talks about its own version of Islamic law,
British Islamic scholar. Why are these people let in?
talks about killing and Islam is a terrorist religion. Why? This is double standard. Islam is not a religion. Islam is a system. As the Norwegian system, it is a system. It talks about all aspects of life, including the Norwegian jihad. Yes? The Norwegian has their own version of jihad, which is what? When they can start a fight and when they can end a fight, when
Yeah, people are getting fed up with their cultural enrichment. Jesus. What? Okay, thanks for the donation, 21st.
Passenger stating that the subject, his name is John Jones, the fighter, and he was under the influence, bro.
driver of the vehicle that fled is John Jones, the fighter.
I just got thrown over the phone.
PD to George 325.
I got thrown over the phone.
Right in the vehicle? What did it say? Starting you to 36 reference possible criminal charges.
He said, I know some people that can hurt you for less money.
George 323 PD.
Yeah, it's him.
How do you know?
He has a picture and it sounds just exactly like John Jones.
Did they confirm that it was him?
Yeah, she confirmed.
This is already exposing enough.
Exposing what?
Like the government.
Like the government and stuff. Like what?
I'll stay here.
Or the ones who will really kill you.
Are the ones that will kill me?
No, not you. But like the government, he doesn't fuck with the government. Just for conversations like this already. I would imagine. Dude, my phone is 100% aware.
Dude, I don't know what the you're talking about.
He's on drugs and just going insane.
Hol up nigga. How did you know Fat Jazz Man is gaining weight? How exactly did you know that? Is bitch posting pictures of her corn eating fat ass on Facebook? Have you seen any pictures of Finn or any of the animals as you whale couple used to call them?
She came over last week to pick up the rabbits. I had the rabbits in my possession. And then her landlord wanted the rabbits, and I didn't want the rabbits, so she came up to pick up the rabbits for her landlord. And, yeah, I noticed that she had gained weight, and she brought Finn. I saw Finn. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Oh, my car is wrecked.
If I grab this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And who's
Don't think I saw any Nina Hartley's Glory Hole videos.
your friend?
My friend is Bones Jones, John Jones.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously tough to see some of that and tough to hear some of it. Obviously.
Ben Overbitch donated $2.
Living the dream.
So I see you got a nice flag there. What is that?
Can't you see it better now?
So you're Antifa, huh? Anti-fascist?
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Are you a socialist?
Yes.
So you're a fascist.
Elaborate, please.
Mussolini was a Marxist socialist. Go look him up. He was in the Italian Socialist Party, and then he started the Fascist Party.
It's young girls are getting fed this content, and because women have a tendency towards preferring egalitarian systems, they're particularly prone to communist propaganda or believing in it. Most of America for the past 100 years, blacks move into an area, crime surges, poverty values decline, schools cost more to operate, but results plummet, law enforcement, blah, blah, blah. Cycle starts again, whites afraid to say anything for fear of being called racist. Am I wrong? I mean, I know what he's trying to say, that, like, there's some inherent problem with black people, but guy's just such an idiot.
Okay, I am conservative, but that doesn't mean I'm homophobic and, like,
Then
racist.
you're not conservative. Then you're not conservative. You're liberal party.
I'm not conservative if I'm not racist and homophobic.
Yeah.
What? No, that makes no sense.
I was just messing with you. Your boyfriend's black though?
Himmler decree on combating the gypsy plague. That's funny. Yeah, don't tell Gypsy Crusader. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
LOL nigga, what the fuck? Fat Jasmine came over to her fucking house and you let her over, WTF. LOL. Did she ask you for more money while she was over, or did you pay her for some rabbit food or whatever? Did she say she wants to get back together or anything?
She did not ask me for money. And, yeah. Then she left. She was snacking on gummy candies. And offered me some, and I said, no, I'm on a diet. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Why did she bring Finn? And how did she even get to you? Did her friend drive her, or did she buy a car with all the money she was pocketing from your sorry ass? How much fatter is she getting, like back to how fat she was when she was peak fat or more than?
She gained a fair bit of weight. If I had to estimate, it has to be at least 20 pounds. That's within a pretty short time frame too, like 2 or 3 months. And she has her own car. I don't exactly know how she got a loan for a new car. I'm also not exactly sure why she got a new loan for a car when she already had a car that she could pay for. I'm assuming the monthly payments were cheaper. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
If conservatives were right about anything, it's that communism is cancer.
Yeah, they were right about that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Basically coming from body cam footage, but the woman in the car that is crashed, sitting in the passenger seat, is adamant that it is John Jones who she's talking about. The man on the phone is alleged to be John Jones, according to police.
And
was
her
clearly
in the video
John
saying
Jones.
this is John Jones.
And to her in the video as well. And then the police, when he's talking to his fellow policeman, saying that it is John Jones. And then you hear the threats talking, kind of just like, I guess just like sort of just like mumbling through it, like my brothers have killed for less, everything like that. Just sort of an odd video that comes out, and this is something, obviously, the court of law is going to handle this. This is something that has happened to John Jones before.
Yeah, just reiterating, currently charged, but again, alleged by the police department. And so we'll see what the end result of this is.
He was clearly driving. He's clearly on drugs. Clearly threatened the police. Clearly insane.
Just when you thought the Democrats couldn't get even more fucked up, seems like the future of the party is now Mom Donnie, Ayok and the whole commie Bernie crowd, and their younger voters seem to favor them. Some bright future ahead. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji, rolling on the floor laughing emoji, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Yeah, might just be a better idea to vote conservative if that's the future of the Democratic Party. Well, thanks for the donation, Zane. Yeah, that's bad.
Ultimately, whether it was John Jones, whether it was not John Jones, as you said earlier, his lawyer adamant that he was not involved in this. Again, they do not have him at the scene. They said they saw a male fleeing. They don't know. They don't know who it was. And so all we have is this body cam footage. We have her witness testimony. And if it is John Jones that ultimately was the driver of this car, just another unfortunate example of what John has been doing throughout his entire run in the public eye, but still at the moment just charges. So we'll see ultimately what this leads to.
Yeah, and all we can do is just wait and see what happens in the court of law and whether or not he is convicted of what he's charged with.
Thanks for watching this video. Before you go, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button for us. Also, give us a thumbs up.
Did Fat Obie's greasy crook Jasmine say hi to Gum Gum while she was over? Did you let her pet him with her Fat Obie's greasy fingers? Also, Jasmine definitely has a black vegan boyfriend that bought her a car. Probably the guy she was yarping with online.
Seriously doubt that, but so no way somebody else bought her a car. And no, she didn't come inside, so she didn't say hello to Gummy. Gummy doesn't really get close to her either. Gummy never got close with her. He just avoided her. Gummy is my friend. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. Yeah, I'm obviously not going to get back with Jasmine. What do you think? I'm fucking retarded? I gotta go take a pee-pee. Yeah, I probably have body dysmorphia. I think it's gotten a lot better, though. I gotta take a piss. I'll have Gummy take over the stream. There. Pretty sure Gummy's grooming himself, so he can take over the stream for now. Good baby. Keeping everybody well entertained, Gum Gum. Oh, you're so handsome. Beautiful baby. Oh. Oh. Gummy's gonna be my streaming buddy. Let me see.
Did Jasmine acknowledge that you've been talking shit about her on your streams, or did she ask you how things are going? Did she ask you how your streaming and YouTube are going or anything? Did you make any small talk? Details please. Nigga. Speak.
Apparently, she hasn't been watching any of my streams, any of my videos, and, no, didn't really make any small talk. She kind of wanted me to eat the gummies she was eating, but I refused them because I'm dieting. That's all that really happened. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. Yeah, nice try.
4, 3, 2, 1. We.
The Ninjas at X4R Kawasaki's looking really nice right now, but the GSX 750 from Suzuki is really spectacular. Richard, which one would you have picked if you had to choose? Well, the ZX4 is kind of a cooler bike. But if I could only have one motorcycle, I'd get the, between the two, I'd get the Suzuki GSX 750, just because it has more displacement, more horsepower, can go faster, you know. So if you want just raw speed and power, I'd go for the Suzuki. If you want a small displacement bike that can rev really high, I'd get the ZX4R. Ah, fuck.
5. That
the ceasefire will hold, okay?
Right. That's our titular question is the Iran-Israel war really over?
I'm going to get to that.
Oh.
But I want to give this a bigger... Let's give him that. Let's assume for a moment, which we can't assume, but just for argument's sake, that the ceasefire will hold at least in the near term over the next several months. It does not solve the fundamental problem of Iran developing a nuclear weapon. Why did we get to war in the first place over Iran's nuclear capacity, Sam?
Tell me.
Because Trump pulled out.
I'm Jasmine's new black vegan boyfriend.
Yeah, sure you are. Thanks for the donation.
You judgmental piece of shit. Maybe Jasmine is bulking? Did you ever think of that, you black monkey? And she was probably eating protein gummies as well, you faggot.
No biting me. Oh, that's a sweet kitty. Well, I never thought of that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, if somebody wants to get me a ZX10 RR, feel free to donate in chat. 35,000. So Streamlabs link is at the top. Somebody wants to buy me this bike, I'd appreciate it. Surprised they don't make this color anymore. Like, I hate the extra graphics. This looks fucking dope. That's a sick looking bike. I like it in that green. I've seen it at a dealership before in that green. Looks really nice.
Oh yeah, I can guarantee you Jasmine was bulking all right. Same as Richie. They used to bulk together. Now Jasmine just does it by herself. But she's too lazy to go to Toronto to buy vegan cupcakes and 10 in vegetarian for herself, so she has a new boyfriend.
Okay, well, whatever you say. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, I'd say that looks pretty good. Oh, this one's only 21,500. Somebody could donate 21,500 to me. I'd appreciate it.
Of the Iran nuclear accords, which took effect in 2016 and postponed till at least 2031, 6 years from now. Iran even...
You can't ride the H2R on the street.
Who initiated the conversation about giving your rabbits away? Did she reach out to you and ask about it first? And I think she kept offering you gummies because indeed she does want to befriend you again. She realizes her mistake and wants to reverse it.
I don't know. I doubt she was thinking that way. I can't remember. Yeah, I literally can't remember. Either I ended up asking her if she knew somebody who could take the rabbits, or she said she'd look for people who can take the rabbits when she left. I can't remember. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Beginning to get to the threshold of a bomb by enriching.
21st donate $2. Are you still convinced Jasmine regrets her decision to break up with you? Yeah, I think so. After she has a new car and is all fine by herself, apparently as you see it, no nigga, this whole thing was an operation by her to slowly get back together with you. She's hopeless. I don't think so. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Uranium beyond minimal levels. It's got to go up to 90%. And presuming, the accords were not renewed or another agreement wasn't reached, they would have to start the process in 2031. Putting them several years down the road to where they are right.
No, they already enriched uranium to 60%. I don't know how he figures that.
Now, so this whole conflict comes out of the fruit of the poison tree.
On top of that, Trump was trying to create a new nuclear agreement with Iran and they refused.
Trump pulling out. Did he pull out, Sam, because Iran was not upholding to the accords?
No.
No, twice. Just before he pulled out, his own administration said Iran was complying with the provisions of the accord as the international inspectors have agreed. Two things, resulted from his pulling out. They were able to move at least 5 to 10 years, maybe much more than that, in advance to get to the threshold of a bomb. Whether they're actually producing a bomb, according to American intelligence, which Trump, of course, disregards because it doesn't suit his purposes.
I know outside commentary doesn't necessarily do anything for body dysphoria, but if it's any consolation, you really do look incredible. Not only that, you are easily by far the most impressive vegan in terms of commitment. Fuck all the haters.
Well, thank you for that, Tyler. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
They were not at the moment building a bomb. The other thing that is so negative about the...
They were building a bomb. That's why they're enriching uranium to 60%. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Accords pulling out is we don't know where there are facilities. We don't know where they were enriched.
21st, donate $2. Jasmine is manipulative AF. Trust me, she's trying to get back together with you. It will just take time. You better be saving your money for when that bitch comes back. She'll work and behave for a while. Then slowly things will go back to how they were. That's not happening. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Uranium is, or anything else, because we lost the ability to inspect, right, Sam?
Sure.
And according to the DIA...
If I donate 20K, will you quid salvia denorum on stream? Sure.
Assessment, and even according to the Israel...
That would be worth it.
At least they could have this enriched uranium, which I think is about 60...
My uncle suggested me to look into Harleys. The prices got me all the way messed up. It's ridiculous. Harley Davidson is the worst motorcycle brand in the entire motorcycle industry. And it's not that they make the worst bikes. The Chinese make the worst bikes. It's just that their bikes are so ridiculously overpriced. Like to an absurd, insane, like what the fuck are you thinking degree. Every single motorcycle in their entire lineup is either very old, they've been making that bike for a long ass time, or they're newer models, but they have older technology that every other bike had like 20 years ago. So in terms of reliability, horsepower...
Psych nigga, you look like a Twiggler-Mow.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Tyler. Yeah, like their suspension, like literally everything is just worse, but they charge twice as much as every other brand. You can look at any bike in their entire lineup, another brand makes a better bike. That again is more reliable, has more horsepower, better gas mileage, like this and that. So yeah, Harleys are just stupid. The only people who are going to recommend you Harleys are fucking boomers who just grew up with that being the kind of bike to get. Or it's people who've never ridden a bike and they think Harleys are cool.
% at this point, anywhere. They could have centrifuges that are used to enrich uranium anywhere. And we have no idea of where they are because we lost our capacity in 2018 to do on-site inspections in Iraq. Here's the other really dangerous thing about this peace accord. Is it tied to a diplomatic agreement, Sam, about Iran's nuclear capacity?
No.
No, there is no agreement. And according to Trump, we don't need an agreement. He would like to have one, but basically he has said this. Iran's nuclear program has been, quote, obliterated and, quote, totally destroyed by the U.S. strikes. Is that what the U.S. intelligence community has concluded?
You asked me a lot of questions, man.
All right. You don't have to answer.
The answer is no.
Yes, you're a smart kid. You answered all my questions correctly.
I'm a kid.
Well,
wow.
For me, you are. Right. Losing your hair is not undermine your intelligence.
Shut the fuck up, Bit Grease. Jasmine details are peak content. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And sure, you may believe you won't get back with her, but in her woman brain she thinks it's possible and is clearly trying. It's an operation.
All right, well, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Someone kill these niggas. Bonus Richard Spencer Sigma Max Sing.
Fucking Hassan is crazy.
Hey, didn't see you there. Congrats, though, to Zoran Mamdani. It's not over yet, but it's looking like he won the mayoral race in New York City. We were all over every borough today, seeing people super excited to go out and vote. I supported him because he's the only non-Zionist candidate on that stage. I thought you needed to be bought and sold, but people are energetic. People are tired of Zionism, and I'm excited to see what he's got. I'm not a socialist myself. I don't want everyone to be a communist getting free stuff, but I think he has some cool ideas. Hopefully he can do the best, man, and wish you the best of luck. If you do win, New York is with you, and we want you to do well, man.
Jeez. Yeah, that's how you know Zoran's bad. If you get an endorsement from Sneeko. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
I didn't lose my hair. I still have hair.
Tell the audience why.
Should I?
Why not? You don't have to name any names.
And people were in the chat. Everybody was freaking out about my hair. It was sort of the...
Of course they are.
The talk of the town.
Wouldn't say I'm unhappy with my body. I'd say I'm just not satisfied.
One of my best friend's son, it's very treatable, but he has cancer, and he was starting to lose his hair. So me, his dad...
A cancer survivor myself. Two things. To protect itself, like North Korea, is by developing its own nuclear weapons. Otherwise, it's going to be vulnerable. Something, again, according to our intelligence assessment, it was...
Oh my god.
You literally want me to believe Jasmine asked for your rabbits, came over, aggressively kept offering you gummies, while you believe she regrets breaking up with you, and you want me to believe this isn't an attempt in her woman brain to get back with you?
Again, it's her landlord that was getting the rabbits, and, yeah, I don't think that's what's going on. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Was not directly doing immediately before the airstrikes. I'm not saying that's going to happen.
So notice how we went from Iran wasn't developing a nuclear weapon, they couldn't develop a nuclear weapon, to now they were developing a nuclear weapon, but it obviously makes logical sense that they would for self-defense. These people have all drank the fucking Kool-Aid, dude. Yeah, they just wanted a nuclear weapon for self-defense, sure. They attack the Saudi states. They support Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. They fund terrorism all over the Middle East. They've said that they want to destroy Israel and kill every Jew. But they just wanted the nuclear weapons for self-defense. Sid, donate $2. Just take a look at your comment section of your live right now. You have a lot of special characters who watch your stream. Compared to any other streamer, you have very special viewers. Yeah, they are special, all right. Thanks for the donation, Sid. Yeah, I saw Jake Bros upload. We'll probably watch that later.
Happen. But I am saying there is a huge danger by decoupling the ceasefire from a diplomatic agreement that would reestablish the JCPOA or establish some other verifiable means of preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Another big point here. In a sense, this is all a sideshow.
Tell me why.
Iran poses no danger to the United States. Doesn't, even it developed a nuclear weapon, which it wasn't doing, and we could have stopped it. It has no capacity to strike against the United States. It's not a direct threat to the United States.
That's like saying Al-Qaeda isn't a direct threat to the United States, and then they fly a bunch of planes into buildings.
The direct threat to the United States comes from North Korea, a far more serious threat. But Trump did nothing about preventing the North Korean nuclear program because he was in love. Remember that, Sam?
North Korea has support from China. If the U.S. had if the U.S. had bombed North Korea to prevent them from getting a nuke, that would have been a much more tricky geopolitical situation, because China wants North Korea there to be a buffer against Western forces. So that's kind of an unfair assessment.
Sigma Maxing Richard Sigma Spencer. It's okay to be white and it's okay to love being white. Blackie Richard, is it okay to be white?
Not if you're Richard Spencer.
Do you believe in white privilege?
Yeah, white privilege is wonderful. I want to expand and deepen white privilege. We are living at a time in which white people are losing social dominance day by day.
You're afraid of being marginalized, right? Welcome to what it feels like to be black.
You don't think white folks still dominating the world?
We do dominate the world to an extent. Look at the boards of directors of most corporations, tons of white people and Jews. Yes. But every day we hear, oh, isn't this great? There's more diversity in this corporation. Don't we need more people of color in films and movies? Isn't this wonderful? What is the trajectory? Where is the arrow pointing? The arrow is pointing away from white power.
Yeah, well, that's Richard Spencer. He is very racist. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Someone better clip all the details Richard gave us regarding fat obese greasy jazz man. It'll be important for the future documentary or documentaries we will be seeing. Trust. Also notice how monotone Negro is while talking about Jasmine. Suspicious.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, 21st. I'm getting dizzy again.
Right.
With Kim Jong-un. Is Kim Jong-un a nice guy?
Well, don't forget that all started first because he was starting to beef with with the Korean leader. And then eventually they became best friends through that.
Yeah, and this guy is a murderous thug. He kills political opponents with anti-aircraft guns. He is one of the most murderous dictators we have on the planet. And Trump said he's in love with him. And this in-love diplomacy yielded what, Sam? Nothing. North Korea went ahead, both with its nuclear program and with its missile program. And unlike Iran,
they're right next to China that has far more nukes. It really... What difference does it make, really? Like, nothing. It's not as big of an issue as, whatchamacall? Iran having a nuke.
North Korea, at least in theory, if not in practice, and maybe in practice, has the capacity to launch a nuclear attack against the United States. So in a sense, you know, what's happening with Iran and...
Yeah, the issue isn't entirely the idea that they could launch an attack against the United States. They could launch an attack against Israel. They could attack somewhere close to Israel or around their area against some enemy they don't like. Every situation where you try to do some sort of military intervention against Iran now becomes much more complicated and risky. The regime could collapse in some way, or there could be corruption within their own government that could leak sensitive nuclear secrets to other nations that can then make their own nuclear weapons. They could sell nuclear weapons. It's not just the ability to attack the United States. Like, this guy's just an idiot. Like, again, the idea here is you could choose between, like, one of two scenarios. A fascist regime does not have a nuclear weapon, or a fascist regime has a nuclear weapon. Which would you prefer? Like, the answer's pretty obvious. Like, these... Dude, the left wing is completely and utterly corrupted by fucking communism. It's crazy.
What do you think is gonna stem from this Iran stuff? Do you think it will get crazy? There is no meaning to life anyway, right? So let the missile fall on us. Do you think it would be better if we all just weren't conscious, or do you support life?
I don't think much is really going to come of this. Iran's just going to get bombed again. And again and again and again until they just give up. Would it be better if we just weren't conscious and disappeared? It's entirely a matter of perspective. Yeah, if you were to ask me personally, I'd say no.
Nuclear weapons is important, but it's a sideshow compared to what's happening in North Korea. And in Asia, what's the other big threat?
China.
China. China has a fully developed nuclear weapons program. It has nuclear subs. It has intercontinental ballistic missiles. And what has it had its eye on for some time that it would love to conquer, Sam?
Iran didn't attack a U.S. military base. It was basically just a temper tantrum to save face. They warned the U.S. base 2 hours ahead to make sure everyone could evacuate and they wouldn't kill anybody, so they made sure not to kill any American troops.
The great country of Taiwan.
Taiwan. I've been to Taiwan. It's an amazing place, and it's not a pushover. But, with the distractions in Iran, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I still think it's unlikely, but we got to watch out for what's going to happen with China and Iran. Ukraine, with American resources being diverted to Iran, this makes things easier for Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. He cares 10 times more about Ukraine than he does in Iran. That's, on his border in Europe. It's part of his broad strategy to recreate the Soviet empire. So to the extent to which the U.S. diverts resources to the Middle East, gets embroiled in wars there, that makes it that much easier, despite the incredible resistance of the Ukrainian people, for Putin to operate in the Ukraine. What else is going on?
No, you realize Iran was shipping drones to Russia and missiles? So how does he figure that?
In the Middle East, that's a way.
Sane donated $3. 2 decades, New York City went from this to that. The consequences of mass migration from shitholes. Yeah. When Rudy Giuliani actually did a really good job as mayor. He was one of the best New York mayors. What's funny is he had the exact opposite approach of Soleimani. So, yeah, New York's just going to turn into a shithole. Trump and Vance have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. Act of law to outlaw the Communist Party. Well, yeah. They should. They should do that. Deport Hassan. The Iranian nation isn't a nation that surrenders. I mean, he is technically correct just for the reason I imagine he'd like. Yep. Thanks for the donation, Zane.
Way more deadly than anything going on between Iran and Israel.
Gaza.
That war hasn't let up. Tens of thousands. I mean, there are various different estimates. I'm not verifying any one estimate, but clearly it's in the tens of thousands of Gazans have been killed, most of them civilians. There is real credible evidence that Israel has committed atrocities, war crimes in Gaza, and that's still going on while we're being diverted to Iran. So I don't want to say
what a fucktard.
Iran is a diversion, but in a sense it is. You know, the real threats and tragedies are in Gaza.
That is funded by Iran. This guy is just a fucking idiot.
They're only going to remember, as well as, independents who lean back.
Fuck this idiot. It's a moron.
It was 55. At 100 DHB, it was 58. DHB did not lower my estrogen. Therefore, DHB is not an AI. I had even double checked something. I ran EQ for 3 days in the middle and 30 EQ for 3 days, which is basically steady state of 10 EQ, knocked my estradiol from that 55 down to 38. So just to test the waters, that 10 EQ drops 55 to 38, but tripling DHB to 30 did not drop. So there's no way, shape, or form that one could conclude from this data. Now it's N equals 1, it's just me, but with mechanistic data, there's no room for interpretation. It's cut and dry. Now we have outcome data. It's N equals 1 outcome data, but I'm 100% convinced that yes, EQ is a very strong AI and DHB is not an AI. And there's never a reason to use Primo because DHB is basically 4 to 7 times stronger than Primo at a milligram per milligram basis for growing muscle. So considering it's half the price and it's 4 to 7 times stronger, that means Primo is 8 to 14 times the price of equivalent amount of anabolic effect from DHB, and it's also an AI. So if you want an AI, use EQ, since a quarter of the EQ converts to DHB anyway. That's what DHB is dihydroboldenone. It's the 5-alpha reduced form of boldenone. Primo is DHB with a 1-methyl group added. It's a methyl group added to carbon 1, and that does nothing for it, but basically makes it an AI, and it also makes it slightly liver toxic. Here's the bad, that going from 0 to 10 DHB increased my GGT, which is the marker for liver damage. All of you guys who think AST and ALT are liver enzymes, you're wrong. You learned that from stupid ass doctors. If your doctor's so fucking stupid that he thinks AST and ALT are liver enzymes, you should fire him and hire me. He doesn't know what he's doing. I do. GGT is how you measure liver damage in our population. And it went from a 24 to a 37, still within normal range. I was still healthy. But when I went from 10 to 30, it jumped up to 86, which is not acceptable. Now, could I have been doing things to make that less extreme? I could have been doing TUDCA. I could have been taking NAC. I could have been doing liposomal glutathione. I could have been injecting glutathione. I could have been getting IV glutathione. I did nothing to protect my liver. And I was also on tren. Now, according to Nova, the tren amplifies the liver toxic effects of DHB exponentially. So that tren plus DHB is the world's greatest combination for building muscle, but it's also the world's worst combination for your liver. So my take home points, if you're going to run DHB, don't mix it with Tren. So you don't cut with DHB, you cut with Tren. If you don't use Tren in the off season because it speeds up your metabolism, it might make it hard to sleep, etc. So in the off season, you're better off running DHB instead of Tren. And you could probably get away with 20 milligrams of DHB per day. You might be able to get away with 30 if you're doing all the liver precautions possible. Hell, who knows? Maybe you could even get away with 40, although most experts say that the upper limit, like Broderick Chavez is probably the world's expert on DHB. He said it's 3 times more powerful of an anabolic. Nova says it's between 2 to 4 times the transcriptional activity. The average of 2 and 4 is 3, so it aligned with what Broderick says. And he also said the only thing stronger than DHB is Tren, also aligned with the transcriptional activity. So Broderick's on point with that. What I would do is run 10 DHB. If you're safe, go up to 20. If you're safe, start using liver precaution stuff like IV glutathione,
If I go on steroids, yeah, I'd probably hire this guy.
vodka, NAC, run it up to 30 possibly. If you still have good GGT, then you might even be able to handle 40, although I don't know anybody who endorses more than 30 milligrams of DHB a day. That's 200 a week. 200 a week is pretty much the upper limit. Remember, 200 a week of DHB is equivalent to 400 to 800 of testosterone. So it's extremely strong. Adding just 200 DHB in would be like adding an average of a 600 masteron. Remember, test converts into DHT, it converts into estrogen, it increases aldosterone. Test is the dirtiest drug possible for an anabolic steroid. That's why you run it as a TRT base. You don't raise it above your TRT levels. Once your DHT is capped out or your estrogen's capped out, you don't keep adding test. You don't add things to control DHT or estrogen. You lower your test to where you can handle the DHT and the estrogen, and you just rely on growth hormone and masteron to grow. But if you've got horrible cholesterol, DHB is a better first option. If you've got a bad liver, masteron's a better first option. In the cases where you don't care about DHT because you're already bald, then I could see you running a lot of test and EQ, because the EQ is going to convert to DHB, and the DHB you get from EQ doesn't seem to trash the liver the same. The reason why you can't just run a lot of EQ is because it's going to cut down on your estrogen, and you need the estrogen to convert GH to IGF-1. If any of this is confusing to you, you didn't watch any of the videos in the Most Important Shit playlist, go watch the Most Important Shit playlist immediately. Thank you. Great news.
Seek the feeling of being at the edge of death is not bravery, it's insanity. But you cannot simply call Travis Pastrana a reckless adrenaline junkie with no regard for his mortality. In fact, he is arguably the most self-aware, calculated thrill seeker in history, which is likely the only reason why he is still alive.
The moment after preparation and before the conclusion is the most intense, the best, and the scariest moment that you'll ever have. And for me, that's the greatest moment. That's the moment I live for. It's when you're sitting up there and you're nervous. You decide then, am I going to follow through, or do I need more practice? And if you decide to follow through, all fear goes out. Anything else that you're thinking of completely goes away. And the only thing that you're concerned about is that moment. And that's kind of cool. It's a good feeling.
He's broken nearly every bone in his body. He's accomplished tricks nobody imagined were possible, jumped out of planes without parachutes, and walked away from crashes that should have ended his life and tragically have ended others. But for some reason, he kept going. Not because he didn't understand the risk, not because he has this void inside his soul that cannot be filled, but because he was on a much bigger mission. Travis wasn't just trying to land cool tricks. He was trying to push an entire culture forward, to show the world that action sports weren't just chaos for entertainment, but a real, legitimate art form. And he put his body on the line time and time again. And after he built a legendary career, there was one more stunt that was on his bucket list: the triple backflip. A stunt so dangerous, only Travis could do it, but he couldn't. And how he dealt with this failure changed his legacy forever. Travis Pastrana was never afraid to crash. Even as a young boy, he treated crashing like a part of the process. process. It was something to learn from, not avoid. Part of motocross is being able to take a hard fall, wind knocked out of you, thinking you're broken. My dad always said, get up. If you're broken, you'll fall back down. By the time he was in elementary school, he was already riding motorcycles, not just casually, but competitively. By the time Travis was a teenager, he started making a name for himself in amateur motocross, not only because he was good, but because he was fearless. The kid would fly through the course, crash so violently it looked like the end for time, but that came with plenty of injuries to get back on his bike. Just 6 months after this spine injury, he entered the first ever Moto X freestyle competition at the X Games. The 15-year-old was sending dangerous tricks over huge gaps while smiling and entertaining the crowd. His run earned him his first ever gold medal, which was his breakout moment in Games in 2001. He became the first rider to land a backflip during competition in 2002 and 25 concussions, and every time he was healing from an injury, he would take a few Advil and plot on his next return.
Definitely lucky, and definitely live a very blessed life in that way. But in my opinion, I didn't feel like it was lucky. If I was lucky, I would have made the jump like I had intended to and would have kept going. But when I woke up from that, the first thing I thought was, well, can you get this back together so I can try that jump again before they take it down? And it's part of the sports, and if it's worth it to you, there's no better life.
If it wasn't obvious by now, injuries were not going to slow down Travis Pastrana, and after he won his 5th gold medal in 2005, he felt like he needed to push the limits of the sport once again. And at this point, every discipline of motocross was at its peak in popularity. X Games as a whole was in its peak in terms of TV ratings, cultural relevance, and star power. Matt Hoffman's no-handed 900 brought BMX into the conversation, and him, Dave Mira, Scotty Kramer, and Ryan Nyquist stamped BMX as a staple of the action sports culture. Ryan Sheckler became the youngest gold medalist in X Games history, as he rivaled with legends like Paul Rodriguez and Chris Cole. On the vert side, you had Bucky Lasik and Bob Burnquist carrying the torch from Tony Hawk's legacy. Danny Way became the poster child for Big Air, and the introduction of the mega ramp proved skateboarders could reach unimaginable heights. Even on the winter side, you had Shaun White breaking records and inspiring a whole new generation of snowboarders. Corporate brands like Mountain Dew, Red Bull, DC Shoes, and Monster Energy poured millions into X Games athletes and events. Athletes were landing video game deals, commercials, and TV shows. If there was ever a time to do something big in action sports, this was the time. Travis knew this was his moment, and he decided it was time to attempt the first ever double backflip on a dirt bike. Rumors had been circulating for years that Travis wanted to try this trick, but it was obviously very dangerous. Additionally, Travis just got into rallying and was already the #1 contender for the 2006 X Games rally against Colin McRae. Moto X best trick was scheduled first, and Travis's rally team begged him not to send the trick because it was extremely likely that he would get hurt and not be able to race. But this is Travis Pastrana, and nothing will motivate him more than someone telling him not to do a trick. And on the evening of August 4th, 2006, Travis Pastrana threw an absolutely perfect double backflip and stuck the landing flawlessly. The crowd erupted in excitement as they just witnessed history. He made this extremely dangerous stunt look effortless, like he had done it thousands of times. It's so perfect, it almost doesn't even look real. He secured gold with a 98.60, which is the highest score in best trick competition to date, and it could be considered the most iconic moment in X Games history at the peak of its popularity. And in true Travis Pastrana fashion, this glory wasn't enough.
Richard's frozen sperm cells donate $2. Destiny's Son's Twitter feed is filled with anti-Israel shit and Groyper propaganda. Tiny is a shit father. Please debate his son and do a better job parenting than Tiny. His dad blocked him? What the fuck? Jeez. Well, guess that's what happens. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Sick physique update video. Stop doing roids. You got abs now. Is it over? Are you winning, son? Gummy or big booty lesbians? Gummy or Natasha Orgy? Gummy or veganism? Choose wisely. The fate of the universe depends on it.
I'd say veganism would be #1, then I'd choose gummy. Fucking love gummy.
You're the best kitty, Gummy. I love you.
Thanks for the donation, though, dude. A lot of people think I'm on gear right now.
He went on to win gold in Moto X Freestyle and rally car racing in the next couple of days. And keep in mind, during his exploration for bigger stunts and higher stakes, he won multiple AMA 125cc titles and was a consistent podium threat in motocross and supercross. He was such a showman that he would occasionally send a backflip during a race. So while he was inventing new tricks and attempting jumps no one else would even consider, he was also winning professional races. This early stretch of his career made it clear that Travis Pastrana wasn't another talented rider, he was a generational talent that would certainly change everything for action sports. But this kind of greatness usually comes with a dark side, because no one can really be that gifted, always smiling, always positive, and trying to uplift others around them, right? Well, there is a slight dark side to Travis, but it's not what you would expect. Travis Pastrana has dealt with night terrors for most of his life, not just bad dreams.
One of Nathan's friends DM'd me and told me that his whole griper thing is a grift to milk Fuentes fans of their wealth and they're sending him a shitload of money over Cash App. Hilarious if true.
Oh, that would be hilarious. I hope that's true. Thanks for the donation, retard.
But terrifying, vivid episodes where he would scream, flail, or even try to escape his own bedroom. His friends and family have witnessed him wake up in a full-blown panic, convinced he was dying or under attack. He's described watching babies burn in a fire. He's even ran a half-mile into the desert in his underwear, feet bleeding while being completely unconscious of what he was doing.
Tried to fix it a little bit when, because when I have broken bones or something and I still get up and I wake up and I'm jumping and I realize I have a broken ankle when I'm in the air or tumbling down a set of steps, or I've knocked my front tooth out. The only time I've knocked a tooth out was actually having a night terror.
Dogs, right?
Yeah, I was diving away from dogs and I was in the air going, I don't have any dogs. And just, tumbling down the set of steps. So, that kind of sucks.
And your mom said she's literally almost had to jump on top of you when you're in a hospital bed to avoid you having to jump up. What happens?
Some I remember, some I don't. Most of the times that I remember now, if I can actually feel like I'm awake, then I can just sit there and be like, okay, I'm schizophrenic or something, and just go right back to sleep. But most of the time that I'm running around now, I have no idea. So
really,
I wake up and I'm just in midair or running full sprint through the desert or down the road or out of my hotel room. I can get out of locked doors. I'm fully functional. But
doctors believe it's tied to a perfect storm of factors: repeated head trauma, years of physical abuse to his body, chronic sleep disruption, and a psychological toll of living life inches from death. On top of that, his brain has been trained to respond to constant adrenaline spikes. He's lived in fight or flight mode for over 2 decades. When you live your waking life flying through the air at 70 miles per hour about to crash, it's not surprising that your body might stay on high alert even when you're asleep. And yet, Travis doesn't let this slow him down at all. He just shrugs his shoulders and says it is what it is.
But anyway, so yeah, I've just gone to the theory that I have some screws loose, and they've been loose since before I had my first concussion, and I'm all right with that.
From the constant threat of death to the night terrors, it's clear that the only reason Travis was still doing this was because he was on a mission to transform action sports from a fringe sport to a serious mainstream career and make sure it was there to stay. But he couldn't do it alone because he was surrounded by some of the most raddest people in the industry, and he wanted to give them a platform. And with that came the birth of Nitro Circus. What started as a series of homemade DVDs quickly evolved into the MTV Classic series. Travis and his friends filmed stunts, crashes, and behind-the-scenes good times. Unlike most reality TV at the time, Nitro Circus was as real as it gets. It was basically Jackass on adrenaline. Some of the most creative stunts imaginable done by world-class athletes. Travis landed a backflip on a kid's tricycle over a mega ramp. Eric Roner skied down a moving escalator. Travis and Jolene Van Vaught tandem jumped a motorcycle into the Grand Canyon and pulled a parachute to land safely at the bottom. Travis also backflipped from the top of one building to another. If he landed 6 feet shorter, he would have been RIP. Cam McQueen successfully executed the first monster truck backflip in competition with the Nitro Circus themed truck. The show only ran for 2 seasons on MTV, but backflip began immediately after he landed the double, but this was a whole different ballgame. At 6'2" and naturally lanky, trying to spin a 250-pound bike around 3 full times in the air seriously tested what his body could realistically do. Everything about it made his friends and family nervous.
The consequences with any sport is high, and when you're doing a single flip 20 feet off the ground, that is high. There have been people that have died doing flips. We've lost some good friends along the way. It's the risk that comes with it. With double flips, there's only 4 of us that have ever done it, but 2 of them have barely woken up from a coma.
Travis wasn't even attempting the trick for a medal or competition. He was chasing it because no one else had done it, and to him, that was enough reason to risk it all.
The triple elevates this by a multiple of 4 or 5. It's not going to the next level. It's meaning that you have to do a double backflip on the way up and another flip as you're falling away. So exponentially, it increases in difficulty, in height, in risk, in everything else.
The craziest part about the triple was that he couldn't really practice it without risk of injury. So his practice sessions were him sending a triple backflip into a canyon with a parachute. And it was at this point that even he was unsure if he could pull it off. Even with all his experience, Travis immediately realized how much harder the triple was than the double. It wasn't just about spinning faster, the entire
Yeah, maybe don't do it.
Your setup ramp, height, takeoff angle, body position had to be perfect. And even then, there was no guarantee you'd make it back on 2 wheels. But his longtime sponsor Red Bull believed in him. They rented an entire blimp hangar and built a massive custom ramp specifically designed for this legendary moment, but Travis could not do it. On his absolute best attempt, he completed 2 rotations and landed on his back tire, but couldn't fully flip another time. But as we know by now, Travis does not accept failure, so he got back to work. This was one of the few times that the Nitro Circus team pulled in experts to calculate exactly how big the ramp needed to be and how fast the rider needed to be traveling. They ultimately designed and built the jump in Travis's backyard, which is also known as Pastrana Land. Travis invited 2 of his FMX buddies to try this thing out, Josh Sheehan and Tom Pages. However, nobody wanted to test it out because, as you can see, it looked horrifying. The ramp was 37 feet tall and the landing was a massive airbag that could easily be missed on the left or right, sending the rider into the trees or plummeting to the hard ground. And make no mistake, that airbag is not a soft landing. Travis suffered 6 concussions just from landing on the bag. After multiple days of practice,
that is crazy. Why would he bother?
Josh was able to successfully get 3 rotations, but on one occasion he landed all the way on the side of the airbag, quite literally being inches from a disastrous outcome. And despite Travis giving this his all, he physically could not get 3 rotations. He always had to jump off after 2. And at this point, Travis had already racked up countless injuries throughout his career and was basically made of 30% metal. Travis also knew his life wasn't the only one in jeopardy if he made a deadly mistake. He had a wife and 2 daughters to take care of, and he couldn't bear to think about how his children would grow up without a father just because he felt the need to keep pushing things further. He didn't think the trick was impossible, but he knew he was not going to be the one to accomplish it. And for most people with as much passion and determination as Travis Pastrana, they would be defeated and heartbroken, and it would eat away at them until they make a careless and reckless mistake and try the trick anyway. They would fall victim to their own selfish desires. But not Travis. Instead of letting his ego take control, he decided to do the most selfless act and put all of his resources into helping Josh Sheehan pull off the trick. Travis passing the torch over to Josh was the first time he accepted defeat, the first time he truly said, "I can't." But this is not where the story ends. Travis had worked with Sheehan for years and knew exactly what he was capable of. He was younger, stronger, and had a lower center of gravity. And more importantly, Sheehan had the one thing that Travis no longer had, a healthy body. Travis was there during the entire process, offering feedback from his own attempts and guiding Sheehan through the whole thing. He truly...
Oop, donated $3. Let me see.
If I make some videos, is it alright if I talk with you for a sec while we're here?
Yeah, what's up? We'll go fast.
Yeah, sure, I won't take up too much time.
Yeah.
So I'm friends with Brendan. I'm just curious, there's all this talk about seed oils. What do you think the biggest things are for health, seed oils or not? What are the biggest top 3 things that everyone needs to be doing?
In terms of overall health improvements?
Yes.
So you need to get high quality food, right? You need to get rid of processed foods. There are so many different ways that garbage ingredients get into processed foods, right? You go too many to count.
artificial flavors, artificial sweeteners, food dyes, right? Seed oils, binders, emulsifiers, gums. You got to get rid of those, right? Single ingredient foods your grandmother would like. So seed oils, yeah, but high quality food. It's the biggest hack. And then you have to sleep. You know, you have to sleep. Like, sleep is work. Sleep is business. If you're not sleeping, you're leaving money on the table. End of story. You want to perform every day better in everything, you have to sleep. Then think about light, you know, like cell phones are addictive, all these things. So there's lots of things that are addictive. The more you kind of push against the norm, the more you swim upstream, the better you're going to be. End of story. Like, if you do what everyone else does, you get what everyone else gets. And everybody else gets kind of a mediocre life, and I don't want that.
So put in the effort, make the good decisions.
Put in the effort, and you get the payoff in the end. The ROI is very clear.
Awesome. Now, one more question.
Yeah.
Is there any case where seed oils are good in anything, any use, any purpose?
Engine lubricant.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I got. Oh, there we go.
This guy's a good. He does like his seed oils, but he's a
you
good
like
guy.
seed oils?
It's nuanced. It's nuanced. My last. Okay.
His
Santa Cruz Medicinals is a fucking lying tard.
his video went viral because he did a lot of videos, you know, defending seed oils, and then so this is when I started to see someone was like, you were like, I like olive oil though, which like I can fuck with that.
Yeah, olive
That's
oil,
why I think a
avocado
lot
oil,
of
seed oil. I know, but I'm not. I think olive and avocado are top tier. But I'm not like against seed oils. I don't eat deep fried foods. I don't think you should be repeatedly heating them. But also,
I feel that.
That's my take.
Yeah, he's a good.
He should have done a little more to call Paul Saladino an idiot. I don't think this guy's vegan though.
Okay, we made it to Tallow. I had some beef with Paul Saladino. Thanks to Santa Cruz, he kind of incited that. But we got our food. It's wrapped in a nice layer of BPA. No, I'm just kidding. It looks really good. They gave us food for free. I'm really excited to try it. I used to eat a lot of tallow. I don't really anymore now that I've been indoctrinated by schooling. But we got some barbacoa. It's wonderful. It looks great. I'm going to give it a try.
Yeah, this dumbass isn't even vegan. Well, thanks for the donation, Poop.
Wanted Sheehan to do the thing that he struggled to achieve.
Throughout my career, I've always been more nervous, I guess, when someone else is trying something because it's outside of your control. And when you're in the moment, I feel like you can harness that. But I'm not as nervous for Josh as I would be for most people because Josh is not just some wingnut, you know, action sports guy that comes in on a wing and a prayer. You know, Josh is someone that works hard. And when he commits to doing something, he knows that he has put the time, he's put the effort, he's put the research into making it happen.
And mind you, this was not a few months or even a year-long process. This was multiple years in the making. And during that time, the interest in action sports, at least from a corporate level, was slightly declining. X Games viewership and needed too many specific resources to accomplish at the time. So in another tragedy. He cannot make a mistake. He cannot jump off the bike. He had to land it first try. While Josh was rightfully nervous, he was locked in. This was years in the making, so he had the muscle memory down. He spent hours warming up and visualizing a safe landing and prepared to attempt what Travis could not physically accomplish. If he pulled this off, he would be able to share a legacy with one of the greatest motocross riders of all time and even the likes of Evel Knievel. Josh Sheehan landed the triple backflip nearly perfect, riding away and fully embracing Travis Pastrana, thanking him for making this dream a reality. Even though Travis never got to land the triple himself, it felt like the right conclusion to the years he spent pushing FMX to the absolute limits. It proved that the next generation could pick up where he left off and carry the sport forward in a way that he had always hoped for. And this was by far not the end of Travis Pastrana pushing the limits. Shortly after this, he started projecting the double backflip 360, but it was all too clear that he was past his physical prime. His body was just too beat up and broken to achieve these death-defying stunts he once handled with ease. Granted, all the other sports Travis transitioned to still involved insanely high speeds and
rally racing is so dope, dude. I don't know why rally isn't more popular.
There's a massive Gymshark sale on June 26th. It's going to be 50% off store-wide, and then you can video on me. So I'm going to watch it and give you guys my pronounced Jason Bjornsson, but Bjornsson, it's close enough. I'm used to people kind of butchering my last name.
Bjornsson Fitness, he's got 1.1 million followers on Instagram, and he has an amazing physique. But the problem is, people don't believe that he's natural, and I wonder why. Have you seen his physique? It looks like bro is at 5% body fat.
Dodo Nightillers, do you feel better mentally when you're lean? This is the least you have weighed since you were how old? It's been a while. I don't think I've weighed, you know, sub 200 since I lived in Toronto. So it's been a while. I feel better about the way I look, and I feel better physically being leaner. But as far as mental health, can't say it's really improved. It's like not any better since the mushroom trip. But yeah, it feels better being lighter. It's easier to walk upstairs, get up, move around, do stuff. And I just feel better about how I look. My like mood and shit is terrible while I'm dieting. That's why I've been taking marijuana edibles. But other than that, like I do feel better overall. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Essentially year round.
Get a lot of people accusing me of being like a fake natural, but honestly, I just take it as a compliment because it just means my physique looks good, maybe better than average.
His latest post that went viral, about 8 million followers, he was telling people to get abs like this, you should do a bunch of sit-ups, crunches, oblique training, all that stuff. And that doing these crunches, it doesn't give you a blocky waist.
Yeah, one of my recent posts went pretty viral on like every platform I put it on. It was just basically talking about the importance of training your abs, where like obviously diet is important. If you're lean enough, you're gonna see your abs easier. But if your abs aren't developed, if you don't train your abs, they're not going to be as impressive as if you were to train them regularly.
Of course, in the comment section, you're going to hear a lot of people saying you're not natural. That's natural. Is that natural? Tell me the reality. Dude, so much respect to you, man. Wonderful physique, but one little detail. Pull your pants up a little bit.
So the title of this video is Dude, Pull Your Pants Up, which I never really knew my pants were that low. Honestly, they actually look lower than they actually are because when I flex my abs, it kind of bunches everything up. So my belly button comes up and it makes my, but I'll stay.
And so that's why he's getting all the natty or not accusations. The abs, the obliques, the chest, the arms, everything is built to perfection and extremely detailed. That detail not only makes you look like a fake natty, it also makes you look bigger than you actually are.
So yeah, I'm definitely smaller than I look, honestly, because even in person, I get people asking me my weight and I have them guess. And they usually guess between like 180 to like 200 pounds on average. I only weigh 150 pounds. So obviously like the leaner you look gives off the illusion of actually being bigger, especially in pictures and videos. I look even bigger than in person.
Crazy gorgeous. This is from a man. Many people think that
150 is fucking tiny. How tall is the guy? Like he has to be Alpha Destiny kind of height. Like around 5'5", 5'6" or something. Maybe slightly taller, but 150 is tiny. That's surprising. Yeah, he must be really small.
if they get the physique like this, they're going to get all the ladies. More men are going to be impressed than women.
You know what's crazy? Greg is definitely right about that. I never have any like girls,
I think I've been having like around
approach me
5
in
or
the
6
gym,
sodas a day.
and I don't have any girls in my DMs either. It's 100% guys. My following is literally like 95% men and like 5% girls. And I'm sure a lot of those girls are just bot accounts. So if you think that muscles are going to get you girls, it's not true. It's actually considered, from what I've heard girls tell me, or my wife at least tell me, it's just a bonus. So You know, obviously the personality and the confidence and all that is the most important. And if you have muscles, then it's just a bonus on top of that. So that's from what I know, from what I've been told.
And for the most part, women, they generally tend to prefer 10 to 12% body fat. They do like you to be lean, but just not this lean. And so going from a healthy 10 to 12% body fat to 5% body fat, which for most people is not healthy. And if you're natural, it's going to drop your testosterone levels. You're going to have a much higher time putting on muscle. I don't recommend it unless you're doing it for a competition, or perhaps you're the 1 in a million that can maintain a physique like this with little to no effort. For most people, you don't need to do it. This physique, of course, it's due to hard work, but it's also due to having very low body fat levels, which comes from not eating a lot. I saw he was eating 2,280 calories. It's not a lot of food. Bro, he doesn't bulk. He gains. He's been doing this for years.
Yeah, so I've maintained my whole life. I've never went on a serious bulk because I like to look good year round and feel good. I have tried to get to like 10% body fat or above that. I just don't feel good. It doesn't work for me. So luckily for me, with my genetics, I can maintain, I can build muscle while staying lean. Not everybody can do that, but some people can. So I went from 98 pounds to 155 pounds where I am now, over 12 years of training, without getting over 10% body fat.
He literally first contacted me in 2019. I left him unread. I wasn't checking my DMs. Later I saw he had written me again and he was saying, hey, do a natty or not on me. And I said, hey, maybe when you get to 100,000 followers, maybe I could do it then. And to this day, now he has over 1 million followers and he's been continuing to talk to me throughout the years, encouraging me, hey, could you ever do a natty or not on me? And so I do believe he's anticipating that he gets this video.
First started talking to Greg when I was at like 100,000 followers and now I'm at like 1.1 million. It's been a long time though, because I started talking to him like 6 years ago. So we've maintained conversations and just stayed in contact over the years. And I don't think Greg usually does natty or nots on people that ask him to do one, but I was just patient and luckily he did one on me, which is an honor. You know, whether or not he thinks I'm natural, it doesn't matter to me. As long as, you know, he did a video on me, I'm happy. Whatever he says.
And so this message from 2019, hey Greg, I'm loving your content lately. Your advice is very simple and straightforward, which is very helpful for the fitness industry these days. I plan on competing in men's physique next year. I'm thinking of hiring you as a coach. What would you say my body fat percentage is and how should I drop to be contest ready? And so I had left that unread. And so he showed his before and after transformations and all of them are stupendous. But after asking him further questions, I came to find out that he was suffering previously from an ED.
So when I was talking to Greg, I told him how I had an eating disorder and
almost everyone who maintains a super low body fat percentage like that has had an eating disorder previously. They're just very used to and comfortable with eating very little.
And was diagnosed with depression at a young age, from like age 13 to 16. I was extremely skinny. I was by far the skinniest guy in my school. And another thing that didn't help was I didn't eat very much and I ran cross country. So I got down to, 90 pounds when I was like 16 years old. So I had a lot of potential, but I wasn't actually like lifting weights and I wasn't doing what I had to do to actually bring out that potential. So once I actually got into the gym, the progress was just insane and I got addicted to that. So literally within a year, it was a crazy transformation.
You start underdeveloped, then suddenly you go to the gym. You eat healthy. You combine those two things at the same time. It's like the perfect storm of gains. You're training, you're eating properly, and you're undersized. And so your body quickly goes back to normal. It goes to its homeostasis, that basic point where if you weren't training, you weren't eating, you didn't care, you'd have a certain amount of muscle. Even if you're not working out, you have a certain amount of muscle. But if you're doing a lot of running and under eating, you have less than that certain amount of muscle. You get to that point very quickly. You go back to baseline. And on top of that, you have newbie gains. Combine that, and so this is exactly what happened in this case. He made an incredible transformation. He put on a ton of muscle. I can certainly understand why people accuse him of being a fake natty. I mean, look at this picture. I mean, the before photo, to go from 98 pounds to 140 whatever pounds, you're thinking how? I mean, it doesn't look like he has amazing genetics, but his genetics, they hadn't blossomed yet. He hadn't used his muscles for what he was essentially born to do, to put on aesthetic granite hard muscle. National show, 141 pounds, and he in fact placed 9th. Why do you think that is? Well, at 5'7" or 8, most of the competitors at the top level weigh over 180 pounds, and so he's 40 pounds less muscle than everyone else. He wants to turn pro. He's competed several times, but he's yet to get his pro card. My advice would be switch federations, like Will Tennyson. Will Tennyson is a natural pro, and if you're natural, why not compete against other people who are natural? I know it's impressive to say, hey, I competed against guys who are not natural and I still beat them.
Yeah, for those who don't know, I've done a few men's physique shows. I did NPC, which is non-tested. I got the overall at my first show, and then I did 2 national shows. So that first show qualified me to attempt to get my pro card, my IFBB pro card. And I got 8th place at my first national show, and then I got 9th place at my second show. A lot of people would think, well, if I'm natural, why don't I do a natural show? I just had a goal. I just wanted to get my IFBB pro card naturally. It was just something I wanted to do. I knew it would be a challenge, but I didn't realize how hard it would be, because these guys, as Greg says, have 40, 50 pounds on me, because I'm 140 pounds on stage. When I get down to 5% body fat, if I ever do another show, I would do a natural show and try to get my natural pro card, but I just kind of don't really have the passion for competing anymore. So
7 and competes at 142 pounds. He's 5'7" and competes.
Okay, so he was pretty short.
At 142 pounds, seeing that he's very much has amazing genetics, he's got very strong gymnastic skills, fast switch muscle fibers, and so on. If there was an implement pointed at my head and I had to make the decision, is this guy natty or not, and my life depended on it, I'm betting that he's natural. Is it possible that I'm wrong? Of course there is. There's always a possibility that I'm wrong.
If I was natural, I would still take it as a compliment. I would still love the video. I would still wearing my favorite pump cover from Gymshark. It's the head out 4 sets of 10 to 15 repetitions. I think I got a PR with a few sets of 14 there with the plate added. Now we're moving to an inclined cable fly and prop it up on a mini little platform. So it's like sort of inclined.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he wasn't natural. Like, competes at 140. That's really, really small. Really small.
And as people are absolutely furious today, there's a new leak coming out from Intel regarding the attacks on Iran. Let's take a look together. It's coming from CNN.
It's an early assessment from the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. And we do want to emphasize that the battle damage assessment that U.S. Central Command has done following those massive bombings.
Okay,
here's one.
That always.
I've coached some of the.
Hey.
Welcome to Electrified. It's your host, Dylan Loomis. And now we have the first Electrified episode in the Tesla autonomous era. And I think the best way to celebrate the moment and also analyze the event, how it went, and what it means for the next few weeks and months, it'll just be to go through a lot of things that happened yesterday. And of course, things that are still happening today, because yes, the system is still live and Tesla will continually invite new people, because yes, some of the folks in this early invite group will be returning home. One of the biggest points to keep in mind as we go through all of this is 1, Tesla's vertical integration with this program, as Jeff Lutz laid out for us in one place. This really means 2 things. First, over the...
Oh yeah, the Jake Bro video.
Welcome back, Defenders. With the world distracted by what's going on in the Middle East, Russia is using this as an opportunity to commit additional acts of terrorism. These headlines are going to be difficult to go through, but we have to, so that the people of Ukraine don't feel forgotten. Russian barrage kills 10 in Kyiv, including an 11-year-old girl. 2 nights ago, Russia launched 368 drones and missiles. Ukraine's air defenses did the best they could, but Russia continues to hit their Their intended targets: schools, hospitals, apartment buildings. This is a residential building in Kyiv, and this was the intended target. For a report on the ground, this is Ukrainian journalist Maria Avdiva. This is her reports from Kyiv.
7 people were killed in this residential building this morning when Russia hit Kyiv with dozens of drones and missiles. This is the daily reality Russia brings to Ukraine. Every night, they launch hundreds of deadly Shahid drones, missiles, just to kill as many as they possibly can. This is the purely residential area with houses and kindergarten nearby. How would you call it if it's not a genocide? Genocide of Ukrainians that Russia continues day by day. When will Russia be stopped?
Let me share with you the names and faces of 2 of the victims. This was Vladimir and Anna, just sleeping peacefully in their bed when the Russians decided to kill them.
Oh, kitty.
The Russians killed their cat as well.
Oh, poor
2 killed,
kitty.
12 injured in a Russian missile strike in Odessa. This is a high school. This was a high school graduation, and then the very next day, Russia blew it up with a ballistic missile. Thankfully, none of the students were there, but 2 of the faculty were. Teachers being killed because schools are being targeted by Russian missiles and drones every single day. Russian missile terror reaches Ukrainian civilians on a train. The attack on Dnipro leaves people dead and injured. There's a video. I'll link it down below. And this is difficult, guys. This is difficult as a human being to listen to children screaming because glass on a train was blown out and just cut everyone up. Dozens of children crying and screaming in the background as a result of this terrorist attack on a train. For this photograph, I'll probably have to make it black and white just so I can show you. But this was a sleeper car, women and children. There's blood everywhere. A children's coloring book abandoned amidst today's Russian missile strikes on Ukraine's Dnipro region. With rescue efforts ongoing, already 9 people are dead, 90 injured. A train ride in summer should be part of a childhood joy, not interrupted by explosions, smoke, and blood. As the world hesitates, Russia escalates, our children are paying the price. Vengeance is coming for Russia at some point in the future. Ukraine Army Chief vows.
I'm not entirely sure when I'll be done dieting, dude. I think the goal right now is to get down to 190 pounds. Weighed in at 199 today. But, fuck me, it's rough, dude. I wish I could stop dieting.
To expand strikes on Russia. So if you made it this far in the video, if you haven't clicked out, what are we going to do about this? Ukraine submits multi-billion-dollar weapons purchase list to the United States as Trump halts new aid for months. If the United States wants to sell weapons to Ukraine or sell weapons to Europe, fantastic. But to all of my subscribers, you cannot rely on the United States for the next 3.5 years. For the next 3.5 years, the United States is lost. We are in chaos. We are just going to go from one crisis to another, and Donald Trump is not going to resolve or fix any of them. Everything here in America is just going to get worse over the coming years. So Europe, it's up to you to win this war, to help Ukraine. NATO to commit $40 billion in arms for Ukraine as leaders meet. There's a NATO summit happening right now, and NATO members are announcing military assistance to Ukraine. Norway to invest $400 million in Ukraine's drone and air defense missile production. Thank you so much to the Norwegians. The Netherlands to produce 600,000 drones for Ukraine under a €500 million deal. Thank you so much to the fantastic Dutch. This is what needs to happen. Missiles and drones domestically produced in Europe, or better in Ukraine, to fight the Russians. Peace through strength isn't merely a slogan. It's the only language Russia understands. The Kremlin does not respond to diplomacy. It exploits it, weaponizes it, uses it not only to deflect attention from their ongoing crimes, but using the pause to move forward. It does not honor compromise, viewing goodwill as weakness. Real peace, the kind that lasts, must be enforced, with strength and with resolve. There's no deal. There's no peace talks. There's no negotiations that the Russians will engage in with the hope of ending this war. Russia doesn't care how many of their soldiers die. They want this land. It is just a territory and land grab. It's about empire. And the only way to make it stop is with real strength. German aid helps Ukraine develop hypersonic missiles able to destroy bunkers deep inside Russia. This was part of Germany's €5 billion aid package to directly fund Ukrainian ballistic missile development. But this is going to take some time. I guarantee you the money is there. Work crews are going around the clock to get these missiles produced, but they're coming. Ukraine has to survive. They have to hold on potentially until 2026. But this is coming. Ukraine's own domestic. Putin condemns the unprovoked aggression against Iran. Iran's foreign minister flew to Moscow in order to try and get help from Iran. Has no basis and no justification. I'm glad you are in Moscow today. This gives us an opportunity to discuss all these pressing issues and to think together about how we might find a way out of the current situation. This is Iran's foreign minister, not looking very impressed by what Russia is offering to do to help. Putin slams unprovoked strikes on Iran, but stops short of offering any military aid or support.
You see the Iranians calling their Russian allies, we need air support. And the Russians are saying, you're doing great on your own. Maybe China can help you. So yes, Russia does not have much spare military capacity to help Iran right now. But I do believe this was the plan of Donald Trump and Israel the last 6 months. Do not help Ukraine, so that when Israel and the United States moves on Iran, Russia will not intervene. Trump is using Ukraine as leverage against the Russians to not militarily help Iran. If Russia decides to try and help Iran or save the Iranian regime, Donald Trump can then punish Russia by allowing military aid to Ukraine. So the United States military killed people. These Tomahawk cruise missiles being launched from submarines, these B-2 bombers burying people alive. I have no sympathy for the government of Iran, but I don't think this administration understands the repercussions of their decisions. They're treating it like a video game.
That's just fucking retarded.
What is Iran's official response this week? Iran attacks U.S. airbase in Qatar, what we know so far. There's videos online. Iran fired 10 ballistic missiles at a U.S. base in Qatar and 1 missile at a U.S. base in Iraq. But that's not going to kill anyone. That's not going to do anything. No damage reported because Iran
Yeah, they told everybody to evacuate.
coordinated this with the government of Qatar. Iran coordinated the attacks on the American airbase in Qatar with Qatari officials and gave advance notice that the attacks were coming to minimize casualties, according to 3 Iranian officials familiar with the plans. The officials said Iran symbolically needed to strike back at the U.S., but at the same time carried out in a way that allowed all sides an exit ramp. They described it as a similar strategy to 2020, when Iran gave Iraq heads up before firing ballistic missiles at an American base in Iraq following the assassination of, I think, General Soleimani. There are civilian airliners in the skies, and Qatar actually does have good relations with Iran, so Iran wanted to give a heads up so that civilian airliners could divert and go to a different airport, but Iran can't fight back. If Iran actually did kill American soldiers, they know
Trump didn't need congressional approval for these these strikes on the nuclear things. Kamala Harris would have done the same thing. They're just freaking out because Trump did it.
that the United States military under Trump would just continue bombing them. Also, Iran is not going to shut down the Straits of Hormuz. They've been threatening to do this for decades, but this would mostly hurt the other Gulf states, as well as India and China. So the one good news of the last 2 days is that the price of oil is cratering. It was almost back to $80 a barrel, and it's now dropped back down to 67 because Iran is not really responding. They can't. Iran at the moment is just trying to keep their government from collapsing. So they're more concerned with internal divisions than getting their vengeance. And basically say it's over. The last 2 days, he's just put out like dozens of insane tweets. I'm not going to talk about them all. I'm not going to mention the delusions of my president, but I'll mention a couple. So the administration is saying the United States is not seeking regime change. J.D. Vance said, our view has been very clear that we don't want a regime change. Pete Hegseth said, this mission was not and has not been about regime change. Marco Rubio claims, regime change is certainly not the goal of what we're working on. And because everyone is saying, we're not doing this, Trump says, well, maybe we should do this. It's not politically correct. Trump congratulates himself on negotiating a ceasefire. This is not true. Trump just makes this stuff up. This is the foreign minister of Iran saying, as of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. Iran hasn't agreed to any kind of Iran mediated by Qatar. Because Israel is still going after ballistic missile targets. Israel reportedly strikes Iran despite Trump's call for calm after announcing a ceasefire. Restrains because he is the sovereign of Russia. But Medvedev is his wild dog, the attack dog, the guy who throws out red meat to Russia's nationalist base. What have the Americans accomplished with their nighttime strikes on 3 nuclear sites in Iran? Critical infrastructure of the nuclear fuel cycle appears to have been unaffected or sustained only minor damage. The enrichment of nuclear material. Trump slams Medvedev's N-word threat over Iran. And if confirmed, please let Trump arguing with each other. Because the United States is pulling back from Russia. U.S. pulled out of embassy talks over venue disputes. This is according to a Putin advisor. And they're busy. Or with him. They are not MAGA. They are Israel first.
Well, Jake Burrow's a little bit of a dummy.
The long term, this is going to mean excellent things for Tesla's margins and profitability. But yes, it also means that short term, it's going to cost Tesla more to get the program up and running. Now, the good news is all of the money that was spent on R&D and everything else that went into developing all of these different parts of the business, that money is already out the door, and Tesla still has over $30 billion in cash and is still positive free cash flow. But I want to be clear, if you factor in all of these costs that some other companies may not have, yes, the total payback period may be a bit longer for Tesla. However, as we've said from day one, Tesla plays the long game, and that's where all of these decisions and expenses are really really going to pay off. So let's hop around and cover some things. I saw people complaining that the color of the car in the mobile app was too close with the background, but as you can see, the color of the car just shows up the actual color of the car. That way, the person that requested the ride knows what to look for. So maybe they can put a little glow under the gray car when it's on a gray background, but when you have the path in blue, it's really not that hard to find it. But my point with this is a lot of these updates and improvements Tesla can make have to do with the app, which relatively speaking, that's the easy part. This image that was shared by Ashok went far and wide the control center, and everybody seemed to run with this narrative that this number 35 had to be the number of robotaxis that were live in the fleet, but there was no way for me to actually read the headline of that text. So personally, I'm not convinced that was the number of live vehicles yesterday, but as we know, whether it was 10 or 35 a couple weeks from now is not going to matter at all. But I will say this gets me excited for the possibility Tesla might start breaking out some robotaxi data for the Q3 earnings. Now, no, I don't think there's going to be an income statement call out line, but data in the production and delivery report or in the slide deck giving us some level of insight, even the tiniest of morsels into the robotaxi fleet size, rides given, miles covered, anything like that would be awesome. And listen, I have to warn you, if you have not tuned into the Legacy Media's coverage of this event, I would encourage you not to, because I'm guessing it is only going to upset you. As I said on X, the stupidity and short-sightedness is truly on a new level today, and I did not think that was possible. If you wanted one line to summarize the day and where we go from here, it would be from Charles, a Tesla engineer. He said, "A better lesson for physical world AI, hand-coded rules, curated maps, and engineered pipelines don't scale, data and compute do. Now let the scaling begin." Charles also said, "I've been a part of multiple robotaxi launches, but this one is different and feels much more profound. It's a paradigm shift. It's the GPT moment for real-world autonomy." And what do you know? The other robotaxi launch that Charles was a part of, the Waymo launch. He worked at Waymo for over 4 years, and yet he is saying Tesla's feels much more profound. So I mean, you tell me, who should we listen to? Charles, who works at Tesla and previously Waymo, who knows both of these services intimately, or should we listen to these clowns that Legacy Media chooses to bring on air?
Is Tesla behind Waymo? Yes. I still have a lot of concerns about the fact that they don't have LiDAR, that they're not releasing a ton of safety data. I actually just saw a report that apparently people are capturing videos of them speeding, swerving into the wrong lanes.
Yeah, no thanks. Pipe down, Sarah, and everybody else. You guys don't have a clue. Now, Lincoln said there were numerous robotaxis that were spotted without a driver on the highway outside of the geofenced area. All I have to say here is we know FSD works very well on the highways. It's going to be no problem for Tesla to include this in the geofence in time. But for a small pilot to test the operations, it's just a lot easier to not include that aspect. I'd also say just because you see robotaxis outside the geofence does not mean an expansion is imminent. To be clear early, overall, I think the day went incredibly well. However, it was certainly not perfect, and even today we have some things coming up. Here's a clip from Farzad and Hans, and I'll let you be the judge. A huge disclaimer here, some won't share. You can see Hans did this option drop off early in the app, which sounds like a feature if you're close enough to your destination and it's just faster to get out of the car at that moment or in the next few moments. That's what this is for, which means even if it's not labeled as a beta, it's likely going to function like that for now.
A drop off early feature that you can have. We can get out.
Oh, awesome.
If it will.
Are you close to the car now? Are you around here? Is that why you're using it?
Yeah, this is where we were going. Ooh, we are stuck we're stuck a little bit in the intersection.
Okay, there you go.
Behind this.
Okay, we're at the corner. Okay. All right, so off we go. We got dropped off. You got my bag?
Yep.
Perfect. All right, thank you, Diego. Thank you, buddy.
Jeez.
Okay, so we're behind this bus stop here. And it looks like we got dropped off right here at the corner.
Yeah, it's a little awkward.
Oh, let's see. Let's see how it handles this.
He is stuck. I totally found him.
Just screw him over. Uh-oh.
And then the car just sat there for about 30 seconds, which is giving off Waymo vibes. Now, in this case, it didn't really back up traffic or cause any problems, but it is certainly not ideal. Just to confirm, Farzad said it right here, the car paused for about 30 seconds before continuing. And naturally, people are going to have their pitchforks out because of this and some other minor things, but it's like, why is it so hard to understand that a pilot program is meant to test things and work things out exactly like this? Tesla gathers the feedback, collects a bunch of good data, and then gets back in the lab and fixes the problems. Now, I will say, I think it would be an awesome question to hear the engineers answer how hard or easy it would be to fix problems like this if the situation was different.
Dr. Mike Iserteller.
At 190, are you going to be at 5% body fat? Is that the goal? I don't know what I'd be at 190. Really don't know. Every day is its own little battle. My God. I feel like crap right now. Oh.
just a big old kitty cat. Aw.
Oh. Oh. The baby scared him. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh wow.
And speaking of Hassan.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
Iran launches missiles targeting U.S. base in Qatar. Okay, let's just get right to it. After the United States entered the war, right, by bombing Israel, there was an inevitability that Iran was going to retaliate, most likely back at Israel, but also the United States of America. This is legally within the rights of Iran to do. It was illegal for the United States of America. Did I say that? No. Iran bombed Israel, but Iran was slated to also turn around and bomb U.S. bases in the region after the United States and America bombed Israel. Sorry. When the U.S. Bahrain, there's troops.
He uses Al Jazeera as a source. Fuck Hassan, dude. These kids who watch Hassan are just actual fucking retards. You have to be really goddamn stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dono. Did you know that Mitchell Hooper, the strongman, cheated on his wife with her maid of honor, and that it was when his wife was 6 months pregnant? Where did you find that out? Never heard of that one before. Post an admission to texting another one explicit things and his ex. Wife has gone full mommy mode. Don't know what that means. Surprised I got a 24-hour ban on Strongman because I said he won't be needing those 4 family tickets now. Oh, that's funny. This happened 2 months ago. Bro, what a jackass. Why do dudes even get themselves into these situations? Like, maybe you should have just stayed single.
As one of the foremost experts in building muscle, and he put out a video with his 8 best exercises for size and strength. Now, my expertise is strength, his expertise is size. I have some criticisms of these 8 exercises. I'm going to give the good, the bad, and the alternative for each of them so that you can implement my 8 best exercises for size and strength. Now, first of all, let's talk inclusion criteria. Dr. Mike had 3. He had 1, the exercise trains multiple muscles at the same time. Of course, that's important, particularly when building strength. Number 2 is that no one muscle is the primary driver or limiting factor. Of course, this has to be true as well. This goes hand in hand with number 1. We have to work as many muscles as possible. And number 3 is that it is a high range of motion.
Kid Beard on $8, this black bitch is based.
Group in America. They're literally train crash outs. All of their ideology is backwards, and everything that they believe in is dysfunctional. These are the defenders of the dysfunction and the chaos. They encourage it. And you know that because look at Texie Red. They allow her to sell booty hole brown and gonorrhea lip glosses. Disgusting. And then they get all these degrees to still come out broke, alone, and in debt. Not to mention they let the government convince them to destroy their children and to go against the very men that are put here to protect them. And this is why they fall for every scam that the government push. Feminism, abortion, birth control. They even fail.
Birth control is a government scam? If you don't want to give birth, I would say birth control works.
For the scam that they're the smartest group in America. You are not the most educated.
Okay, that sounds like a pick-me. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
And a deep stretch. This is very important for building muscle. This is not very important for building strength, but concession, we are looking at size and strength. Now, the difficulty with high range of motion and deep stretch is that it's a good premise, but a deep stretch and high loads required for strength are juxtaposed. If we're squatting half as much ass to grass as we could just below parallel, we're not going to build near the same amount of strength. So I've included number 4. Does this help you be strong at something you're going to do on a regular basis? This is squat, hinge, push, pull, carry, and overhead press. 6 fundamental movement patterns of life. This has to replicate one of those in a productive manner. We want to turn ourselves into huge muscular beasts that look really strong and that are really strong. And so we have to match the physical capability with the aesthetics. Now, we are actually just trying to overcome vast feelings of inadequacy, but also to be huge muscular beasts. Now, let's talk about these 8 exercises. Number 1 is stiff leg rows. The technique that he demonstrates here is basically a slow motion Pendlay row with stiff legs. This gives a great stretch on the hamstrings. It works the posterior chain really well in an isometric way and spinal erectors to a massive extent. This is all really good. It's also going to build core strength to maintain that position. That's the good part of this. It ticks off the stretch. It ticks off the hinge that I'm looking for in terms of fundamental movement pattern. It's a multiple muscle group. Now, I would
I think I'm gonna go to bed. I have completely and utterly ran out of energy. So I'm just gonna go relax in bed. My birthday's on the 26th, and I'm planning on eating food that day, so I should have more energy when I stream on my birthday. So there's something for you to look forward to. Just sleep on stream. That comes with its own troubles. I know a particular jackass who's going to donate the N-word over and over again, then I'm going to get a community guideline strike.
Let us round 1. Fight.
Damn, Daigo's getting pieced up.
Round 2. Fight.
Kind of makes me want to play Street Fighter again. Daigo has a much more defensive style. He really likes to kind of counter and react. CDG $92, watch all 10 seconds.
She was a fairy.
Okay, thanks for the donation, CDG.
Are you for regime change in Iran? Also, why are progressive leftists and Islamists always protesting together and working together? It literally makes no sense and I actually cannot understand it, Lamau.
It's because of infiltration of communist ideology into the left wing. And they're being trained to support violent regimes because they can be useful for enacting the political violence needed to enact communism. And yeah, I'm for regime change in Iran. Fuck the Iranian regime and the Ayatollah. Thanks for the donation, Big TD. Got him. Daigo's really good under pressure.
Final round. Fight. Hadouken. Hadouken. Floppy. Right there. Hadouken. Hadouken. Got you. Fists of mine. Round one. Fight. Hadouken. Round two. Fight.
These high-level Street Fighter matches are so nice.
Round 2. Fight. This up 9. Final round. Fight. Hadouken. 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 An opening. Hadouken.
How cooked do you think the political environment is in the US? Civil war incoming? Also, how do you solve immigration of Islamists into Western countries when they are clearly not conforming to Western ideologies?
You don't let them in the first place. Just don't allow Muslim immigrants in. It's very simple. And, there's not going to be a civil war. Like, you know, politics and such. People are just going to be annoyed and screaming at each other. But, yeah, once Trump's gone and I don't know when the lefty communist shit's going to be gone. Probably once China kind of goes bankrupt and has their own regime change. Things are probably going to improve in the future. Israel's getting rid of Iran. China's fucking themselves over, destroying their own country, and Russia's basically doing the same. Once these big bad actors are kind of put in their place, things are probably going to just normalize. Thanks for the donation though, Big TD.
This up 9. Round 2. Fight.
He missed.
That's wonderful news, VG. Great to know that communism is going to be dying soon.
Yeah, it just ends up destroying itself. It all works out in the end. Dumb ideas just destroy themselves. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I'm really gonna have to eat food soon. This is not normal. Well, Daigo still got it. Alright, I'm gonna go lie down. Yeah, dude, I'm not getting the munchies from edibles, stupid. I'm barely fucking eating. Fucking morons. I'm gonna go lie down and sleep. And do what I gotta do tomorrow, and then should be on. Try to be on earlier tomorrow, like between 4 and 6. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.